I'd like to call the regular meeting of City Council for Tuesday, October 14th to order. City Dawson Creek acknowledges that we are privileged to live and work on the Treaty 8 territory and the traditional home of the Cree, Danazay, Sikanese, Soto, Sikanese, and Slavey First Nations. We value the Métis peoples that live and gather here. We commit to upholding the respectful relationships these nations have built with the land, and we acknowledge our responsibility to carry it forward today and into the future. So first order of business is 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Ashley McKale, Program Coordinator, Opportunity Center and Supported Living Program, and Cherie, Loucks, client of the Opportunity Center with the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living, in attendance regarding the proclamation to declare October 2025 as Community Living Month in Dawson Creek. So, good morning, Ashley and Cherie. So I will read this out here. Sure I got the right one. Whereas Community Living Month is celebrated annually across British Columbia to recognize and honor the contributions of individuals with intellectual and development disabilities and to promote inclusive communities where everyone belongs. And whereas individuals with diverse abilities enrich our communities through their talents, perspectives, and active participation in civic, cultural, and economic life. And whereas families, caregivers, support workers, and community organizations play a vital role in fostering belonging, independence, and opportunity for people with disabilities. And whereas the City Dawson Creek is committed to building a welcoming and inclusive community that values the dignity and potential of all of our residents. Now, therefore, I, Darcy Dober, Mayor of the City Dawson Creek, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Community Living Month in the City Dawson Creek and encourage all citizens to join me in celebrating the contributions of people with disabilities and promoting inclusive practices throughout our communities. So yeah, so congratulations. And we'll sign this. We have 2 proclamations back to back with the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living, and it's one of the first things that I really was fortunate to do in this role was to get a tour from the Dawson Creek Community Living and really just meet everybody. And it was completely eye-opening to me how many lives are touched and people help in the community. But it's just an amazing organization that quietly goes among their work, just doing what's right for our community and for those they represent. So it was truly amazing to be part of, and it's an honor to have you here today. So so thank you. I don't know, was there anything that you wanted to add or no? Okay, all right, so we can get a picture.
So thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. Thank you. Next order of business is 2.2. We have Amanda Stafford, Program Coordinator, and Megan Boyer, Confidential Shredding Supervisor, and Jesse Green, Confidential Shredding Shredder with Dawson Creek Society for Community Living, in attendance regarding proclamation to declare October 2025 as Disability Employment Awareness Month in Dawson Creek. So welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll read out the proclamation here. Whereas individuals with disabilities are valued members of our community and make meaningful contributions to the workforce, they deserve equitable opportunities to work in inclusive environments where their skills and achievements are recognized and rewarded. And whereas employers throughout the community benefit from the diverse perspectives and talents that individuals with disabilities bring to the workplace. And whereas October has been nationally recognized as Disability Employment Awareness Month since 2010. And whereas designating October as Disability Employment Awareness Month in Dawson Creek will promote awareness of disability, employment issues, and celebrate the contributions of workers with disabilities. Now, therefore, I, Darcy Dober, Mayor of the City Dawson Creek, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Disability Employment Awareness Month in the City Dawson Creek and encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance. So. Yeah, so congratulations. I did touch a little bit already on the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living and all of those. But it's just, everything that's said in both of these proclamations is, testament to our council and the city on really how we feel about it is about all of us and working together. So we appreciate everything you do and the contribution to making Dawson Creek a better place as well. So thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Was there anything that you wanted to add?
I don't think so.
No? There is it?
Say anything? No?
No? Did you want to say anything?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah.
Do you want to get your picture taken, Jesse?
Yes.
Want to do your
Yes,
picture, Chelsea?
okay.
There's also, is there a dinner coming up too?
There is
for-
a dinner coming up.
Yeah.
Do you want me to talk about that?
Sure, if you want to. I'll give you the mic just for.
Be on the spot.
I'll give you the mic too. This is just for if there's anybody or from those listening online.
So there are a few things that are going on. I encourage everybody to look at our Facebook page. We're celebrating all of our inclusive employers that we support individuals with, as well as any others that we don't support. There's lots of employers out there that don't receive supports through our job coaches. Also, we are celebrating an inclusive employer awareness dinner. We're partnering with Mr. David Johnston to put that on. It is on October 28th. And so we do have a number of employers that are coming with their staff individuals as well to celebrate them as being inclusive employers. Also, this Thursday is Lighted Up for Dean for Disability Employment Awareness Month. So if anybody has blue or purple lights, I encourage you to turn those purple or blue lights on their homes, in their homes, anywhere. Take a photo and post it on our Facebook page. We're going to be blasting that out on Thursday evening.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
That's this Thursday coming up.
This Thursday.
We also have the ability on the KPAC facility to light up.
I've reached out.
Oh,
I'm
you have?
hoping that they will be able to light up.
Okay,
Blue or purple for us.
excellent. That's great. Yeah, we attended, quite a few of us attended that dinner last year, and it was really well attended.
We're
and good.
hosting at
So-
the Opportunity Center this year. So
Yeah.
the venue has changed and we're quite excited about that.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. So, all right. So we can get a
Jesse,
picture.
do you wanna hold
that,
Yes.
Jesse?
The proclamation and smile nice. Awesome. Thank
Did you want a picture with both proclamations up here, or do you want to do one combined one?
We could. Do you want to go up and get another photo?
And I can be the photographer.
Yeah.
I'll step in behind you guys.
Do you want to be in these? That's actually a really good spot. Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thanks, Jesse.
You're
Oh, you
welcome.
can keep
We're
that.
gonna keep this
Yeah,
one.
you can
Jesse,
keep
and take
this
it
one,
back to
Jesse.
the
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we go back to work now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right, next 2.3, we have Tim Plant, Jason Sebastian, and Janice MD, Regional Coordinator with Foster Parent Recruitment, Retention and Support, Community Bridge and Attendance regarding proclamation to declare October 2025 as Foster Family Month in Dawson Creek. So welcome. Welcome, Tim. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, you bet. Good to see you again. Welcome again. Welcome again. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. So whereas thousands of British Columbian foster families provide alternate family care for children temporarily unable to live with their families and extended families. And whereas foster families work in partnership with birth parents, extended families, and community child and family service as an integral and valued part of a team that serves the children and families of British Columbia. And whereas First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other Indigenous foster families help preserve the identity and unique culture and heritage of Indigenous children and youth. And whereas foster families from various cultures support children and youth to understand and cultivate their heritage. And whereas foster families provide care and ongoing support to children while at the same time participating in planning to assist children to return to their families, live with extended families, or make the transition to an adoptive family. And whereas fostering is a community responsibility and foster families build stronger communities. Now therefore, I, Darcy Dober, Mayor of the City of Dawson Creek, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Foster Family Month in the City of Dawson Creek and encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance. So I think this sums everything up. I mean, you couldn't be grateful enough for foster families that, that put their time forward to give our youth that are, faced with some challenges, a chance in life and a better opportunity in life. So just a true, heart warm thank you from all of us, just for what you do for the youth, and it is very much appreciated, and I know a big part in our community. So yeah, so thank you. Was there anything that you wanted to add? Okay. Perfect. There you go.
Yeah, hi. I am Tim Plant, the foster parent recruitment, retention, and support coordinator for the Peace Region. I just wanted to say my own personal thank you to all the foster parents here in the city and throughout the region. This is the front lines work on societal matter, and without this work, the future and the present would be impacted negatively. The impact of these people who give up their time and their energy and their hearts for these kids are truly, they're incredible people who really are making an impact in our society. So thank you very much to the foster families, and thank you also to the city here for giving us the time and opportunity to recognize these people.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Absolutely. It's the least we can do, and yeah, well said. So thank you. All right. There we go. Congratulations and thank you. Yeah, Perfect. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you play that ringtone just one more time for me?
He was warned though, so. All right, next order of business is 2.4. We have Sarah Dickie, Community and Indigenous Engagement Senior Advisor, and Aaron Strand, Specialist Non-Technical Risk, Enbridge, in attendance regarding project update and operations overview. So, morning. See if you push that, yeah, then I'll turn it on. And yeah, good morning. The floor is all yours.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to join your meeting today. And apologies for getting lost. I almost parked in the RCMP parking lot, and I figured that would probably be the worst place to do it. So I don't know if you could see, we've got a very general project presentation. I think most people are aware of Enbridge and what we do, but happy to kind of go over it really briefly here. I think I have the clicker. Well, I have the clicker.
Oh yeah, there we go. Just take a second to get it up.
I can also just speak to it very generally here as well.
Yeah, feel free to. We've all had it over the since the agenda's been released, so we've all been through it too. So yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Enbridge, of course, is a very large company. In BC, the West Coast system covers almost 2,900 kilometers in BC, carrying natural gas, starting in Fort Nelson, where I was born. Down to some of the main works of transmission north in Fort St. John. So it's been in operation for almost 70 years. That's West Coast and BC. And then I have the clicker. So I'm here to speak to and introduce the Birch Grove project. This is a looping project of 31.5 kilometers of along existing pipeline on the Fort St. John main line. It does involve some in-station, in-ground work, including some minor upgrades. Which of course, description of what a pipeline segment is and what compression is. Unlike other projects, we're not adding additional compression. And there's a map. I know it's not super visible, but the section we intend to add 31 kilometers of pipeline looping, is highlighted in green between CS1B, which is in construction now, also known as the Attachie compressor station, towards the Pine River Crossing, which is this is not a great map, and I apologize.
Yeah, no, I can see it pretty good there.
Yeah? You can see it? Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
we can see it well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Along Sunset, CS16, we do plan to add 3 cooling bays, kind of in fence work. Minor piping upgrades. We might be doing 500 meters of pipeline replacement. But we also might move to hydro test that as well. We're still at the engineering design phase here. Enbridge had announced this project in early March of this year, so we're just starting engagement. We've completed a lot of our first year's archaeology and environmental fieldworks. Expect in the last week or two before the ground really freezes here to get a little bit more. We plan to submit an application to the CER in March of next year. As a Section 2.14 application, hope to receive approvals to move forward with construction in March, 2 years from now. Being as small as it is, it would be in service the next spring. Here's some of the work plan. We've done some field work, biophysical studies, wildlife, soils, vegetation, and aquatics with Indigenous partnerships. And we did find some ARC potential sites, so we may be doing a bit more field work once the ground thaws a bit next year. And that is the end of the very formal presentation. It's a very general presentation. I don't have a lot to add to it. I do have fact sheets that can be a bit more interesting. But Enbridge has announced a lot of investment in BC, Birch Grove being one, the Aitken Creek gas storage facility has been announced for the North Aitken expansion program as well. Of course, the Aspen Point program is in construction now, about 35% complete. The Sunrise expansion program is still in regulatory review with the CER as a different CER regulatory type.
Okay. Perfect. Cool.
Perfect. We do have an open house scheduled here in Dawson Creek tomorrow.
Okay. Excellent. Where's it at tomorrow? Do you know?
The Dawson Inn.
Okay. Perfect. George Dawson. Okay.
I hope I don't get lost on my way there. I've been there a few times.
Yeah. Should be pretty easy to get around. So.
Fingers crossed. But I am here for questions.
Perfect. I will, just before I open up to council, I just want to thank you for taking the time to come in this morning and present to us. And and a thank you to Enbridge for just for all they do for our community. I know they do a lot to support our community and our region. So so thank you.
Thank you so much. I know we really enjoy participating in the Stampede Parade.
Yeah.
And every year we think we'll never run out of candy, but somehow we do.
I know. We haven't run out of candy, knock on wood, but no, it's fun.
Yeah.
Is there any questions? Councillor Parslow?
Yes, I'm just looking at the map. So I see the pipeline looping from CS1B approximately, parallel to the existing pipeline. So I'm always interested in archaeological work, because that was my first chosen career, actually, but there weren't too many positions. So what is the nature of that work? Because I'm assuming that loop is going on the existing right-of-way. So what is the magnitude of the archaeological work necessary, given that it's on an existing right-of-way where there's already a pipeline?
Absolutely. So we are looking at both the proposed workspace, and then, of course, the smaller width of the actual pipeline right-of-way, where the pipe would be lowered in and maintained as part of the open right-of-way, reclaiming or restoring all the sections that are not required for construction. So if that's about I would actually have to look at some maps to get some of that to you. But say we had 100 meters of construction, including laydowns for materials or logs, dunnage, etc. The pipeline right-of-way would be maintained as small as possible. We're not building any new access. And a lot of the ARC potential does come from, and actually I can probably share some of the preliminary AIA reports, Archaeological Impact Assessment reports, which do show they, as a process, they take samples of an area where they might find a lithic sample, which is kind of raises ARC potential. Yeah, I don't have much to add to that for archaeology, but I'm always pleased to follow up by bringing our senior environmental advisor who helps oversee and contract out all these field studies.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Councillor MacDonald? Oh, sorry.
I don't want that to be an unsatisfactory answer.
No, were you? Yeah. It's good. Yeah.
Thank you, Worship. Building on that, the ARC studies would be for any new temporary workspaces where you guys clear, stuff like that, right, is where you would be pinpointing. So not just the existing corridor, but they'll take temporary workspaces as well, where they'd have to do more archaeological study because they are expanding your workspace that way. 2 quick questions. With the new loop, are we expanding the amount of flow for Alberta gas or BC gas?
I believe our lines are so wildly interconnected, it would be difficult to say.
Difficult to say? Okay. And then the only other one I really had was because of so much capped gas in the Horn River Basin, will this aid in getting any of that gas flowing from Horn River up in the Fort Nelson area? Or will this strictly be for Montney?
The way that Enbridge proceeds with new projects is after an open season, where producers enter agreements to purchase additional capacity on a project. So it does increase the overall capacity of the pipeline.
Okay.
And it could be used by existing or new customers in the future.
Perfect.
Not a very clear answer, and I apologize.
No, that's all right. That's good. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor MacDonald. Any other questions? No? All right. Well, thanks, Sarah, for coming in this morning, and appreciate you taking the time to present to us. So, yeah. So thank you.
Of course, thank you. I could come back with a printout of a survey map, if that would be useful. I'm looking on my phone for it now, but...
Yeah, if you had one, you could email it to the email at the city, and then it can get distributed. So, yeah.
Perfect. I will double check that it is like fully open to the public. We're still at a 30% design review. Of course, I've gone beyond that, but we're just kind of quibbling over marks on a map for what a legal survey looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Hey, you bet. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
I'm going to run away then.
Thanks. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. for you. Nice to see you. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, have a good day.
Yeah, thanks. Have a nice day. All right, next order of business, 2.5, Stephanie Attachie, Justice Manager with Doig River First Nations, and Dan Davies, Principal, Davies North and Associates, in attendance regarding the request to waive Ovintiv Event Center rental fees on November 19th to the 21st, 2025. So, morning, Dan.
Well, good morning, Your Worship, Council, staff. Pleasure to be here in front of you and bring you up to speed on an event that is going to be hosted here in Dawson Creek in November. First of all, thanks. My name is Dan Davies. I'm the principal for Davies North and Associates here representing Doig River First Nation. And on the line, I'm hoping, is Stephanie Attachie. She is the Justice Manager and Governance Officer for Doig River. Do we have her?
Janice, we do? Oh, so just maybe wait a minute, Dan. We're just trying to get her up on screen.
Okay.
How was your travel down this morning?
It was good.
Yeah.
Weather was nice. Sun in my eyes the entire way down, so it's right at that time of year.
Yeah, it's a beautiful morning.
Yeah,
There's
no, it's very
clear
nice.
skies and
None of the white stuff yet, so that's a good thing.
yeah, there's been some moments where it's felt like it could be here.
We've had a couple flakes
Yeah.
up north, but I don't know if you guys have here or not.
Not
Snowed in the Pine Pass, so pretty good snowfall there a couple days on the
Yeah.
weekend.
Should we take a few minute break? Okay, let's take a break. Reset. Next order of business was 2.5. We have Stephanie Attachie, Justice Manager with Doig River First Nations, and Dan Davies, Principal with Davies North and Associates, in attendance regarding a request to waive Ovintiv Event Center rental fees November 19th to the 21st. So, good morning, Stephanie and Dan, and welcome. So, I will turn the floor over to the two of you.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. It seems like this is a Groundhog Day. We just did this, but glad to be here today and to share some information about a exciting opportunity that will be hosted here in Dawson Creek, as you mentioned, November 19th to the 22nd. Actually, we've added a half day onto it just due to the folks that are coming, the speakers that are participating in it. I'm just going to talk very briefly here, and I'll turn it over to Stephanie, who has more of the details on the event itself. We do expect over 300 people to be attending this event here in Dawson Creek over the 2.5 days. We've already got a number of bookings in hotels and such. We'll be drawing on representatives within the Indigenous community, local government, provincial government, stakeholders across Canada that will be coming to this first ever Walking the Path of Justice Conference, Indigenous Justice Conference that's going to be hosted here. We got a number of speakers that'll be presenting from legal teams. We do have the Attorney General, Nikki Sharma, that will be presenting here as well, among a number of well-known Indigenous experts in the justice field that will also be speaking. This is very. I guess the foundation of it is coming from the work toward a Indigenous-led justice center that'll be in Fort St. John. That'll be something that'll be serving the peace, something very different and unique that that other communities across Canada are looking to us as something that is really unique. There is, we're not the very first one. There is one in Kenora, Ontario, which Stephanie might talk very briefly about. But the idea of having this Indigenous-led justice center is something very, very unique and probably quite overdue in terms of justice. The other part of this is, of course, which is in the letter that was written, to request a fee waiver for the Ovintiv Event Center where the event will be held. And that is also something that we're hoping the Dawson Creek Council would assist us with. So I'm going to now stop talking, and I'm going to hand it over to Stephanie Attachie, who can talk a little bit about where this came from, why we're doing this, and a little bit about the event. So over to you, Stephanie.
Thanks, Dan. Hi, my name is Stephanie Attachie. I'm here today on behalf of Doig River. Thank you for accommodating me and having me online. We are honored to invite the City of Dawson Creek to join us as a community partner for the Walking of the Path Justice First Nations Court Conference 2025. This national conference will bring together, like Dan said, leaders, justice professionals, community members to advance dialogue and Indigenous legal frameworks and their assertion of Indigenous jurisdiction within Canada's justice system. And together at this conference, we'll explore how Indigenous legal traditions can be recognized and implemented within the Canadian legal landscape. And like Dan had mentioned, we'll focus on two powerful examples of Indigenous-led court models, which is the BC Community-Based Indigenous Court, which focuses on restorative sentencing, the Kenora Justice Center, which offers wraparound services rooted in community healing. These models show how justice can be delivered through Indigenous worldviews, emphasizing healing, accountability, and community well-being. This conference was inspired in part by our ongoing efforts to establish an Indigenous court in Fort St. John. As you're aware, Doig is a land code community now. We have become land code. It's been 2 years now. And part of land code, we have to incorporate a restorative justice model into our code, which our laws would be aligned with. And so one of my friends who actually plays a really big role in these, the BC Indigenous court model, we spoke and we had the idea that to bring an Indigenous court to Fort St. John so we can incorporate land code into this justice system. And so we were invited down to Kenora Justice Center to visit their center and to see how they operate. And it's amazing. And if you guys ever are in the Kenora area, I do highly recommend to stop by the Justice Center and meet the people there, and just they're very welcoming and it's very healing. So this initiative again reflects growing recognition of Indigenous jurisdiction, which is protected under Section 35 of the Constitution, UNDRIP, and Bill C-92, which affirms Indigenous authority in child and family services. So our goal for this Indigenous court in Fort St. John is to include restorative sentencing and to include child and family into it. So that's a long-term vision. As many of you are aware, Indigenous people are incarcerated at 8 times the rate of non-Indigenous people in BC. Despite decades of reform, these numbers remain unchanged, showing the limits of a system focused on punishment rather than restoration. We believe true justice must reflect both the protections of Canadian law and the values, laws, and traditions of Indigenous people. Through this gathering, we aim to advance legal discourse on Indigenous jurisdiction and self-determination, promote collaborative approaches to justice rooted in culture and community, support intergovernmental cooperation between Indigenous governments, municipalities, and the justice sector, lay the groundwork for the Fort St. John Indigenous Court. I also want to add that Doig has been given the support from all the Treaty 8 chiefs to lead this project. So the municipal participation is important to bridging the gap between local governance and Indigenous justice innovation. By joining us, the City of Dawson Creek will demonstrate leadership in reconciliation and restorative justice, strengthen partnerships with regional Indigenous communities, support education and awareness for local officials and residents, promote economic and social benefits through hosting, tourism, and visibility. We, again, like Dan added, we respectfully invite Dawson Creek Council to consider financial support to enable broader community participation. And we also encourage staff and community leaders to do the same. Your partnership will help ensure elders, youth, and community delegates who will be sharing their lived experiences and wisdom in this national dialogue. And that is all. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide more details.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Stephanie, and thanks, Dan. I'll open it up to council first for questions. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like some information on the budget for this event, who's sponsoring it, who's made donations already, and I just would like a picture of the program. What are the key events and key addresses?
Yeah, I think we have, we could share, definitely we have a website very specific for this.
I'm just gonna, sorry, Dan, I'm just gonna add the website link into the chat for Janice. Go ahead.
Yeah, and we do have some of the sponsors listed on that. There is sponsorship, obviously, on making this successful. Yeah, so we should be, I'm not sure if they can bring up the website. And then we can make sure that you get the website. We pretty much have the agenda. It's still in draft form, but it's probably 95% firmed up. The guest speakers, the different sessions that will be happening throughout the 2.5 days. And I believe everyone here also did receive a formal invitation as well, all the councils. We have invited all the local governments as well as the regional district for the entire Peace region. And we have had pretty good uptake on that as well. Oh, there's the website.
I also want to add, you will find we are complete, the agenda has been formally completed. So on the second, you'll see the agenda. You can just click on it, and then it just shows the list of speakers and in detail. And just keep in mind, we are still, like on the speaker section, we are still adding more of our speakers, their bios and pictures.
And we encourage also council, if you are attending, please use this website just to register yourself as well. Right at the top there, you can see register now.
So I guess just to Councillor Parslow's one question on budget, does this have that in there?
I don't think so. Do you have that, Stephanie, at your fingertips, approximate?
No, we don't have it in here, but our budget total is around $350,000, and the big chunk of that will be the $150,000 will be coming from the BC Law Foundation, and we also have sponsorships from our nation, Ovintiv, some of our industry partners, and the city of Fort St. John. And we also have other companies that have committed to sponsoring our event. We're just waiting on their responses.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor MacDonald?
Well, thank you, Worship. You mentioned in your talk there, Dan, that this is planned on to being the first ever. Will this be an annual event, semi-annual event, or what is the hope? What's the vision?
And Stephanie can correct me. I think it is planned to be an annual event, correct, Stephanie?
First, it wasn't. It was just we were just hoping for a big community engagement to inform the community about this Indigenous court, but during the past couple months, we've been asked to make it an annual thing, so that has been added to our project.
Okay, thank you.
And then, sorry, I'd just like to say it's a very exciting speaker list. I see great value in this conference, and hopefully it is something that you're looking to do within our facility for the next 3 years.
Yeah, so we originally had a plan for 500 people, but we brought it down to 300 people. But over the past week and a half, my email has been blowing up with people registering. So we are probably going to be going over capacity. But we do have an event planner, a professional event planner who is helping us with this. And she's been working with a rep from the Ovintiv Event Center on, so they're okay if we do go over the 500 limit, but not the 1,000 limit, or else it would create more additional costs. But we figured to host it in Dawson because they have a bigger venue than we would have in Fort St. John, and it would just, Dawson Creek is just the place to have it.
And sorry, having not seen the agenda until now, are you guys utilizing our catering department within the building during the event
Yeah.
at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we asked if we could like hire a caterer, but according to the policy, we have to use the one that's in-house.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor MacDonald. Oh, Councillor Earl, did you? Okay. Any other questions? I think all my questions were answered as well. I did have one thing. I guess this is something later on in Mayor's updates we'll go through and see where we're at with funding. We do have a grant budget, but it's a pretty small budget. Waiving facility rights is a pretty significant cost to the city, so we have to review that. But whether we can or we can't, we don't know. It does not demonstrate whether we support this or am part of it, because we believe that as a city, that this will be a huge event for our community, much more than just having an event here. It's about the whole relationship and moving forward. So whatever the outcome of this does not take away or add or is no different. It doesn't make any difference to our relationship with all the First Nations in our region, and growing, truth and reconciliation and working together. So we're very committed to that as a council. I definitely appreciate all of this, and I think it will be an amazing event. Like Councillor MacDonald spoke to, there's a lot of great speakers, and we're honored to have it in our community for sure. But yeah, it really will be a discussion that we can have later on, what that cost looks like to us. And we do have a separate grant budget, but like I said, it is pretty small. So, but yeah, so if there's no other questions, just think. Oh, I guess Councillor.
Last minute.
Sorry, I should probably, I just wanted to clarify, and this is venue lingo, but the promoter of the event is Doig River First Nation? Like, as far as the reason I'm asking is because we had the event, the cultural gathering in August.
It's Doig River.
Okay, yeah, I just because we ran into a kerfuffle when we realized that the signatory was actually a contractor who is a private business who was asking us, and at that time we similarly provided some relief for the venue fee. And then does that qualify as aid to business or
A nation?
It's the community. Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah. And like you say, Your Worship, appreciate your comments there, and I don't think that would be the case. But as far as the fee waiver, obviously that would be most beneficial, or in part. Obviously anything recognizing we're all under budget. Any help, obviously, we would graciously accept.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Councillor Earl, you want to ask?
Sorry, I just had a follow-up question. Off the top of your head, do you guys know the level of contribution from the city of Fort St. John?
It was 3,500.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for being here today and presenting. And yeah, we look forward to the event in the community. And obviously the register now, like if a person can just attend parts of it, that's fine too. It's not, yeah, okay. Yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Dan. And yeah, thank you, Stephanie, for joining us this morning. Sorry about the technical difficulties at the beginning. And yeah, you guys have a lovely day.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
everyone.
much.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Safe travel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan. Safe travels. All right. Next order of business is 2025 strategic priority chart. So there's no updates on this meeting. Any questions for anybody? No? All right. Next late item. I do have one late item I'm going to add, 4.1. Late item from myself, resolution to authorize a state of local emergency for drought. So I'm just going to make a resolution that council authorize report number 25-195 from the Tourism and Emergency Climate Readiness Manager regarding a resolution to authorize a state of local emergency for drought as a late item to be added under mayor's business. Get a second, Councillor Kemp. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Thank you. No other late items, I don't believe. No. All right, next, 5 new councillor business. 5.1, we have memo from Councillor Apolonio regarding councillor report from UBCM 2025. Councillor Earl?
Received for information.
Thank you. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Sudnick? Any discussion on receiving for information? No, I'll call this to vote. Oh, do you? Okay. All right, there we go. Please vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 5.2, a memo from Councillor MacDonald, report on attendance at the 2025 Unions of BC Municipalities Convention in Victoria, BC. Councillor MacDonald?
Thank you, Worship. We've all seen this, so I don't think there's any need for me to really discuss it other than make a motion to receive for information.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion on receiving for information? All right, I'll call this to vote. Vote is closed. And thank you. Thanks, Councillor MacDonald, for submitting this. And any other new councillor business? Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I'd just like to add one note to UBCM experience. I was there as well as yourself and Councillor Parslow and Councillor Sudnick. And we had a busy week of meetings and stuff like that. I did want to send a special thank you to staff, particularly Cathy, who made sure we were well prepared when we got there, and she put in a tremendous amount of work to get that done. So thank you to staff for making our UBCM experience as pleasant as it could be when you're in away from home for a week with a bunch of other municipal government nerds. It's nice to have all that information at your fingertips. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other new councillor business? Oh, Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I must comment on the excellent concrete work that's been done for the making the art gallery wheelchair accessible. Some people have already, I went to look at it as a result of some people being excited that they could gain entry now to that facility, and I was must admit it was better than I anticipated. So I'd just like to make, it was a local company, and it's good to see that we have people who can do excellent work. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
Who's the company?
All right. Any other new councillor business? Which was the local company, Councillor Parslow? Councillor MacDonald was just curious what the local company was.
I forgot their name. I'm sorry.
Ryan?
Maybe.
So much like anything that happens within the city, it's not one group. So urban systems, from designing it to utilizing the space appropriately. But Kevin McLaughlin's company, I think it's One and Done, did the actual work itself. And then we'll have some landscaping to follow up here in hopefully in a couple of days. And then Kano Electric will be putting in the same lighting bollards that are in front of the museum to align the pathway to illuminate the section of the pathway up as well.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, next order business, 6, adoption of minutes, 6.1 minutes, a regular meeting of council on September 8th, 2025 for adoption. Councillor MacDonald, second Councillor Kemp. Call that to vote. There we go. Call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Any business arising? Oh, all right. Any correspondence? Or never mind, not any correspondence. Next order of business correspondence. 8.1, we have a letter from Stephanie Attachie, Justice Manager, Doig River First Nations, regarding invitation to the Walking Path of Justice First Nations Court Conference in 2025, November 19th to the 21st or 22nd now, 2025. Councillor Parslow.
So just a procedural issue. Are we going to deal with the request in open now with concert with this letter, or are you going to raise it later on in the agenda?
Under mayor's updates, it'll be dealt with, yeah.
Thank you. Move the receipt for information.
Yeah. Okay, it's received for information. Councillor Parslow, second. Councillor Earl. I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, 8.2, we have a letter from grant writer City of Dawson Creek, September 11th, 2025, regarding a request for resolution of support for application to Strategic Priorities Fund grant. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the City of Dawson Creek supports the submission of a grant application to the Union of BC Municipalities Strategic Priorities Fund, Capital Infrastructure Stream for the Sanitary Sewer Trunk Main Upgrades Phase 2 project, with an estimated total project value of $8,440,000. Further, that the grant application amount of $7 million be approved. And finally, that the City of Dawson Creek will provide overall grant management and funding for all project costs exceeding the grant amount, as well as any cost overruns.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? Councillor Earl?
No.
Okay. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.3, we have email from Cathy Peters, BC Anti-Human Trafficking Educator, Speaker and Advocate, received on September 15th, 2025, regarding 3 asks to stop child sex trafficking in British Columbia. Councillor Parslow.
I would like to move that we receive this for information.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second. Councillor MacDonald, any discussion on receiving for information?
Well, if I may,
go ahead.
I don't know if we usually do that, but that's fine. Some of the topics within this letter from the AS do deserve some informed discussion. And I think 1 or 2 of them are beyond my comprehension right now, the pros and cons. And I really question us getting involved in something that we have no expertise in at this time. But I do share the concerns expressed in this letter. Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Other discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. And it's carried. Next, 8.4, we have a letter from Ambrose Young, Registrar of Youth Parliament of BC Alumni Society, received on September 15th, 2025, regarding 97th BC Youth Parliament. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Excuse me. I'd like to move that we forward this letter on to DCSS Student Council, the Rotary Interact Club leadership, and the Dawson Creek Chamber of Commerce to share with each of their membership respectfully.
Would you like to add that if there is a successful student, we'll cover the cost of the
Sure.
request?
Yep.
Councillor MacDonald, second. Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? Councillor MacDonald, did you want to add some? No? Okay. Councillor Earl?
I'm just trying to jog my memory. I assume in the event that Dawson Creek does send a representative that we're sponsoring, that'll come out of the grant budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think we sponsored 2 last year. Do you know if they came out of the grant budget or was it the economic development? There was 2 that were sent from South Peace. I think they covered 1 and we contributed.
Yeah, through your worship, yeah, exactly. There's 2. We covered 1. I believe the school covered the other.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. Any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.5, we have a letter from Fern Hansen, President, Dawson Creek and District Hospital Auxiliary, received on September 16th, 2025, request for donation to purchase a Tover Taffel for the Dawson Creek Hospital. Councillor Parslow?
I move that we receive this for information.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I have a second. Councillor Earl? Any discussion on receiving for information?
My reason for saying that is, once the hospital gets either operation or close to operation, we may well find ourselves being asked for other supports. We've had them in the past, so I would like to know what the priorities are. I can foresee a request list coming in from different groups to furnish or enhance what's there in the hospital. So that's my reason.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? I can add to this a little bit. A few of us actually went up because they got the Tover Taffels that they did up at the Rotary Manor, and we did support that one, but they had a huge contribution from the community. The community came together to get those ones pretty quick, and I think it went from 1 to 2, and so now they want to add one to the hospital. So, so I'm kind of on the fence both this. I think the community will step up, and I don't know. But I see Councillor MacDonald wants to speak as well, so I'll maybe let him go first here.
Thank you, Worship. I was just going to say the same thing, having been in Rotary Manor the day they showcased the 2 machines there and just seeing the joy and very valuable interactions the Tover machines gave to the residents and visitors of Rotary Manor. The one thing that really stood out for us was seeing, the children age, 6 to 12, interacting with their grandparents in such a positive manner. It was really bringing the seniors and the youth together, and I see massive value in that. And I personally would strongly support us making a donation for another machine. Definitely, I see great value in them. And even if I'm not sure where we are grant-wise, if we could make a $5 or $500 donation to begin with, more than 5, yes. A $500 donation just to get this going and started for another machine. I think it would be truly valuable for seniors and youth in our community.
Thanks, Councillor MacDonald. What is our grant budget at?
So through your worship, right now, $1,933 is what's remaining. This is assuming that we are committing to the youth parliament as well. So we already took that off.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So currently on the floor, we still have the motion for information, right? I haven't called that. So is there any other discussion on receiving this for information? No, I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Any other motions regarding this? All right, I'm going to go to 8.6, letter from Elaine Fitzpatrick, Arc Christian Youth Center, received on September 18th, 2025, regarding a request for a donation of used streetlights. Councillor Parslow?
If I may, I'd like to, can I ask staff a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Many organizations, public organizations, when they have assets that they are no longer using, you have a public auction. Do we do that? Or is it a cherry picking thing when people like this? I mean, I like this very much, but I'm just concerned, what are our procedures for disposal of worn out, replaced pieces of equipment or whatever you want to call them, capital assets?
Yes. So through your worship, yes, we do auction off items that there's value. Something like streetlights, if they were not reusable, they would just become scrap iron and they'd go that route. These particular ones are still viable, and so we would reutilize them because we definitely have some that are in the community that need to be replaced. So it's kind of replace them, take the next best ones and replace the worst ones and try and utilize them where we can.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of answers my question. I was going to ask if in the event we were to provide these to the ARC, is there any kind of liability concerns? Because it is, it's not a set of bleachers, it's, are there any concerns around that when we receive these types of asks?
Yeah, so through your worship, if we were to use them ourselves, then, obviously they would be good enough to be used for these folks as well. Like I say, we would replace the worst ones we have with better ones, which these are. But if council wishes to donate, then that's up to you as well. Just from a financial perspective, just to give you context, new streetlights what we're putting up right now is about $2,500 each. New pole, new luminaire. It's about $2,500 each. So.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we look at providing the ARC with 12 light posts. Could be a combination of, maybe some that are taken down, or if we have to replace them, it doesn't necessarily have to be the 12 that were taken down, but to give them 12 light posts. Can I get a second and I can explain? Oh, Councillor Earl? I think because I know some of them, some are coming down, like the new ones, but there's existing ones out there too, isn't there? Like, isn't there a mixture of a lot of lights, and they're not all wanting the whole pole and street lamps. I think some of them are designed to go off the building of the ARC, so there could be a combination of different styles that they could use.
Okay, so through your worship, the ones that we're replacing are the full ornamental poles, just the older versions we're replacing with newer black ones. So that's what we'd have available. The ones that are simply just the top that would bolt to a building or something, those would be coming off hydro poles. And so those would be BC Hydro property, not ours, if those are the ones you're thinking of.
No, I thought it was under the understanding that we had some, other ones that have come down previously that we've been saving different parts of stuff.
Yeah, we took a look at what we have available that are either viable to be reused, and I forget how many we have. I think we would have 12. But some that we take down are not reusable, that they are not safe to be reutilized. So they become scrap, but yeah.
Because I know speaking to them, some of this, the request is for 12, some was to light up their building, but also their volleyball courts and hockey rink and stuff as well. So I don't know if they need all 12 to be full poles. So that's why I was meaning a combination of what they need, right? But also keeping in mind what we need as well.
Right. So. Yeah. So the ones we would have would be the full poles. We don't have any of the smaller ones. Those we don't utilize those ones.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I guess, yeah, my thoughts are, is I appreciate the work the ARC does, but I don't think if there's a way to repurpose these existing poles and in doing so reduce our capital costs, I think we would, it would be incumbent upon us to do that prior to looking to donate them to any other deserving and very deserving organization. To your point, I guess once we've kind of cycled through the repurposing, if there's any viable poles remaining or any, we could perhaps offer that to them. I don't know if that's necessarily captured in your resolution.
No, but kind of what I was
yeah.
getting at, yeah.
Yeah, because I wouldn't
wasn't
want
very
to.
clear on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give 12 poles and then next year have to replace 6 that we had,
Yeah.
I don't think, as much as, once again, I appreciate the work the ARC does, I don't think that's ultimately in the interest of taxpayers.
Yeah, through your worship, I would concur, yes. If anybody's deserving, it's certainly the ARC. But yeah, the poles that we've taken down, if they're good, we will reuse them somewhere because there's some in the community that are worse. Absolutely.
So I guess that would be coming back to his worship's motion. How do we defeat it and come up with something even potentially more convoluted, or?
Well, I guess to Kevin, what would be the process? Like, I guess once those have just recently came down and we have some old ones, like, is it a matter of, okay, we have 4 extras that we could afford that we don't need right away, or is it like?
Well, through your worship, again, we may not replace them all this year. Like the ones that have come down, we may not reuse them all this year, but we may use them next year. They become available to us, or they become stock, so that if something gets hit by a vehicle or something, we've got one to put up. It's that type of thing. But yeah, and because we have more slated to be done next year, I believe, as well, right? So, but if council wishes, like I said, a new pole is worth $2,500. But if council wishes to donate these, then that's fine. It's just knowing, what
There's a cost.
There is a cost to it. So I just want to be aware.
Presumably that, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Parslow?
So I'm a little confused here. I thought I heard earlier in my question to you that we do have a process for the disposal of public-owned assets that we no longer need.
Yes.
So this is the process that somebody writes a letter to us, or is it you have a public auction once a year or every 6 months like many other organizations do? And then everybody gets a listing of what is available and they proceed.
Right. So there's 2 things. One is, yes, we have an auction that we use, govdeals.com, I think it is.
Okay.
So it's a web-based auction that we sell assets, but people are always able to write to council and ask for them, and council always has the ability to dispose of that if they wish.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? No. I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. 2 opposed, Councillor Earl and Councillor MacDonald. All right, next order of business, 8.7. We have email from Shantae Patterson-Elden, Dean of Workforce Training and Continuing Education, Northern Lights College, received on September 26, 2025, regarding support for Northern Lights College Intro to Facility Maintenance Foundation program at Dawson Creek campus. Councillor Parslow.
They wanted a letter by October the 3rd, so is this item just, should we receive it, or shall we write a letter of support? Has there been any determination that writing a letter after October the 3rd is of any value?
To Janice.
Through your worship, they were aware that we didn't have a meeting prior to that date.
So having a motion to support would still meet their needs? Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I move that we write a letter of support.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Kempf. Any discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Everybody voted? Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, we'll just take a quick break here and then come back in. Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, back to order. Next order of business is 9 reports. 9.1, we have report number 25-101 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding naming rights policy. Councillor Parslow?
Move the report number 25-101 from the General Manager of Community Services, renaming rights policy be received. Further, the naming rights policy be adopted following a successful 30-day review period.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor MacDonald. Discussion?
So if I may, well, I read obviously the policy, and I was looking to see if certain things were covered off, and they were all there. I totally embrace this policy.
Okay, thank you.
So good job, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No. Yeah, I agree. I think this is really good and good job. I just had one question, just because maybe a bit of a unique facility, but the Kin Arena with the sports flooring. So say there was like somebody wanted some naming rights there, and I don't remember the initial contribution for that flooring, but I believe the Peace River Regional District and maybe a few others were pretty substantial supporters of that. So say that there was somebody that wanted naming rights, would we discuss, like, you know, I know this isn't about giving opportunity to others, but if there was an opportunity for somebody that's funded something like that facility, for example?
Yeah, through your worship, if I remember correctly, the regional district was contributory. I'm not sure.
Money through a grant, maybe through NDIT or something like that.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, possibly another a grant. So I think if, you know, there could be just a discussion, sure, with the regional district on it, but they obviously gave it to us with the intent of us taking it, owning it, and running it. So I think we're free and clear to do what we want.
Yeah, no, for sure. I thought just the conversation part, but yeah, okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right, any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 9.2, we have report number 25-122 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding annual road rehabilitation funding options. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 25-122 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding annual road rehabilitation funding options be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. I'll call this to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, anybody have any discussion on this? Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to staff for putting this report together. It is as illuminating as it is vexing. Certainly, we've done a tremendous amount of capital work on our roads and other core infrastructure in recent years, to the extent where we now actually have people in the public complaining about the disruption, which is not something I anticipated back in 2018 when I started in this role, which is a good problem to have, as much as I'm sorry for the disruption. But this really articulates, and it's not something that's unique to us as a community. It's something that all communities are challenged with. We just had that reiterated at UBCM, but just, I think, really drives home the how much infrastructure we as municipal governments are responsible for. And you know, when compared to our funding sources, you know, that's a big gap. So, you know, to have it laid out like this, I think my sense is, as far as the work we've done, For the next little bit, we've got, I think it's going to have to kind of proceed without borrowing, and to the extent we can't tack on any additional tax raises above and beyond what is currently scheduled. I think what funds this moving forward, we're going to have to hopefully see increases in the tax base through market growth. Just because, I mean, cost of living is still really high. Interest rates have come down, but I think there's a sense in this council that if we don't have to borrow, we shouldn't, because every dollar put towards debt servicing is a dollar we don't have to spend on capital and have free and clear. And then I do see from a report further down in the agenda, we've got some development going on as a result of the revitalization tax exemption. So over the long term, it looks like there is some opportunity to maybe close some of this gap, but for the foreseeable future, I think we're going to be, I don't want to say limping along, because I think that undersells the amount of work staff has done, but we're going to have to be very, very deliberate in how we spend our finite dollars and hopefully stay ahead of this, or at the very least keep up.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I think I'm saying the same thing as my colleague there. I mean, I appreciate the work. I'm delighted with the impact the paving program and the street lighting program has had. Where those areas of town that have received that, it looks really makes a difference. So I'm all in favour of looking at this, but not making any decisions whatsoever, because to make a decision for me around budget without having seen the budget and all the other demands are is like shooting in the dark, right? And I'm not prepared to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor MacDonald?
Thank you, Worship. And for me, I agree with everything that's been said so far. And with the water pipeline hanging over us and no discussions yet about funding for it and borrowing it costs, I don't think we can talk about borrowing money for anything else until we have our water figured out and planned for.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. I guess just some, I mean, one, thank you for the report. It was very detailed and good. Yeah, it's tough because I think we're starting to see, a lot of work done around the community and getting caught up on, our infrastructure that is all fairly aging and, getting to the end of its life at around the same time. So it's nice to see it caught up. And I know the last 4 years was the extra $5 million a year, and that was to finish, I believe, just up on the hill. So was all of that extra funding each year just for up on the hill? So I guess moving forward, like if that's the case, like in the budget is, $4 million, because there's still a lot of other stuff that's been getting done. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So through your worship, no, it wasn't specific to the Hill, is that those are priorities that were identified. And so as the extra funding came available, we went down those priorities. We have done, obviously, some roads in the south as well, 109th, 110th, 112th. There's a few in there that we've done, obviously, as well. But there was a couple big ones, yes. Those main collectors across the community up there. So, yeah, Devin did a great job on the report, laying it all out. The challenges that, we and every municipality faces is the dollars don't go as far as they used to. And we're trying to be strategic about if we need to replace underground infrastructure, and we're putting drainage in, which drainage and paving and street lighting and sidewalks, which are all integral parts of this, all come out of the general fund, which then really eats up a lot of that money and limits how far you can go on a project. So yeah, I know Devin has been talking, and we've been chatting about being creative. Is how do we stretch that funding as far as we can without skipping steps, so to speak? Like, I don't want to go pave a road for the sake of paving a road, but not address the underground infrastructure. We can't do that. But there may be some areas that we can leverage that because the services are maybe in the lanes. And so we'll look at those opportunities, obviously, depending on where this goes. Another thing that we've been talking about for the last number of years and that we simply need to address is some of the parking lots that at our facilities. The arena is, as you're probably well aware, we just went through there and tore right through the middle of it, installing storm sewer, which is part of the master plan, with the whole intent is that we're going to be coming in after that next year after to reconstruct and rebuild that because we needed to address the drainage. We have water issues in some of the facilities. We needed to regrade, reslope, and frankly, the pavement was wore out as well, right? So that needs to be addressed. And that's just one parking lot. NAR, City Hall, Event Center, those are all things that, need some attention and they take away from the roads. The other thing is as Devin highlighted in the report, is facilities. Roads are very visible to everybody as they drive to work every day. HVAC systems, those sorts of things, people don't see those or envision them, but there's, we're actually behind further on buildings than we are on roads. So something to consider of how we apportion that money.
Well, I think so, yeah, there's definitely a big picture to all this. It would be hard, I agree with Councillor Parslow, to make a decision on this right now, just without seeing the bigger picture of the budget, I think, to really understand where we're at. And, I had some questions around interest that we've earned from capital, going back into paving or, as we shift the PRA funding, and maybe a percentage goes to paving, but really until you understand the rest, right? And then you said HVAC and Councillor MacDonald did bring up the water line. I think we got to get creative on that solution, which we're going to have those discussions, but I really, fear taking away from other stuff in the community, for that, because that's part of the current situation we're in too, right? Yeah. Is from past investments. Yeah. So.
Your Worship, we don't need a decision today, but Council had asked for this report, so it's here. It's obviously information that when the time comes and you're into the budget discussions, it forms part of that.
Yeah.
But it's, we just wanted to get that in front of you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I appreciated staff's comments about the parking lots, but in addition to that, you made reference to the HVAC, but I think we all acknowledge the fact that there's some very good work being done in our ice complex situation, Memorial Arena, etc. So there's good work being done, but there's just lots to do, right?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think we should acknowledge that thanks to Ryan, we've got a handle on our situation down there, and there's been some good work. But the parking lots, in a sense, any time we have an event without draws outside people, our parking lots is a bit of a perhaps it shines a light on the community that I wouldn't want people to think it's not a good light. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Just some of them are terrible. Yeah.
Yes, and some actually are a liability to us.
Yes.
From a trip and fall or something like that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. And then to touch on the arena one too, like you mentioned that we know it's been dug up and stuff, but it just hats off on the way that property has been done too, right? Because it's been over, I think, 3 years. It was water, sewer, lighting, it's just, been somebody that envisioned the bigger picture of it too, right? And tackling a little bit each year to get to a point where we could be ready to pave. So it's just nice that it's getting done properly.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. All right, any other discussion? No. All right. And nothing else on 9.2? No. All right, I'll go move to 9.3, report number 25-183 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding BC Transit 3-year draft operating budget. Councillor Parslow.
I move the report 25-183 from the General Manager of Development Services re BC Transit 3-year draft operating budget be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Kemp. Call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
So, BC Transit, one of my favorite topics. I noticed that we're looking at up to, I think, the worst case scenario, 25% increase in 3 years. My view is that we have been, I'm glad I just caught myself from not swearing.
Roger.
That we've been dancing around this topic and taking no action. And I think the time is long overdue that we take definitive action about BC Transit. Whether we have it or not, and my inclination is not, and we get serious about alternatives for the needy people who do need some form of assistance. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is, and I'm going to need staff's help in jogging my memory, and I apologize for that. The last contract renewal we had with BC Transit had similarly, it was like a 12% annual increase. Was it year over year or in total?
Your Worship, if I remember correctly, I think it was total at that time when we talked about it.
Because, yeah, I mean, I appreciate costs are what they are and inflation is a thing. Having said that, you got a Crown Corporation, which has essentially a mandated monopoly on a public service that is downloading costs onto municipalities above and beyond inflation, and we're basically in the unenviable situation where we have to, looking back to the consternation we all had around the SPCA contract negotiation earlier this year, it's the same thing. There's one option, and they can essentially dictate the price we pay, or we have to walk away from the service altogether, or look at doing it in-house, which we don't have the capacity to do. And how we're going to absorb upwards of a 23% price increase over 3 years with flat ridership is I don't see how that's realistic. I get we aren't being asked to make any kind of decision today as the contract negotiations isn't up until next year, and this is just giving us a heads up, but very frustrating, disappointing, and I'd be interested to see if this number is uniform to other municipalities across the province, or it's something unique to our community. Just as for comparables, I'm not sure what capacity staff has to reach out to their counterparts, but I looking at the various challenges, and as Councillor MacDonald mentioned, we're still struggling with, we're going to have to get creative around how we pay for a water pipeline and upping the public subsidy for a service that is currently static in its demand is going to be a really, really difficult conversation.
Yeah. Through your worship, just before I kick it over to Devin, there is just, again, as you indicated, ridership is flat. That's a challenge for us, but I don't see that changing with the level of service we have. And even if it did, it's not probably sizable enough to make huge gains on the revenue side. And secondly, like it or not, with transit is, costs are going up. It's sort of theirs because they pay for almost half of the costs. This is only half the budget for transit. The other half they fund. So that is why there is no private business case really to take it on in this forum. Otherwise, I guess somebody would be, is that it's fairly significantly subsidized by transit.
Thanks, Kevin. Devin,
Yeah, through your worship. Speaking to that, question from Councillor Earl. Costs are comparable across the province. You're looking at operating lease fees. So all the vehicles are leased through BC Transit. They're seeing similar increases. Again, to the CAO's point there, transit it's Crown Corporation, publicly funded. There's no grant money out there for transit because the province provides the funding through BC Transit. BC Transit is essentially a consultant, right? And we've spoken about this before. We set the level of service. They let us know. We've looked at other options. We've been through this journey for a couple of years now. We also know through previous presentations that we commit the lowest amount of funds in the province to our transit system. That flat ridership is because our transit system is pretty stagnant. It's as we know we've heard from local advocates, it's hard to get around. It's hard to get your daily things done. We know we have a small contingent of ridership, 60 to 90 students. I don't even know how to guess at the number of individual riders that we have taking transit, but they need the system, right? They use the system socially. So the question, and we have also seen that step and rides costs over the years as we've been going through that with them. Transit in this community is worth probably close to $1.5 to $2 million in total when you factor in taxis, step up and ride, as well as our BC Transit system, which by the end of 2028 is getting close to worth $1 million. It's really a conversation that you each need to have and decide whether it's worth it. We can't optimize anymore. We can't really fix the system without any additional funds. As we've seen from previous on-demand models, you need at least 90 to 120,000 to reduce the midday gap. That would be some form of on-demand system or something like that. But 90 to 120,000 could fix the major problem that is wrong with our system, which is either getting there and not being able to get back, or not being able to get there at all. And it could also potentially reduce the milk run that we have with that extra funding. That's really the question of that's the minimum to get in or to fix the major problem here that we see time and time again. Part of the reason why BC Transit doesn't want to go through the whole transit future service planning process is because we're not going to get anything more than we don't already know. So now the conversation they've had with us is they won't know by spring, but they're having conversations with their senior level leadership about what they can do with our system specifically, and we're at the top of their minds. But on-demand may or may not be the system, but on-demand isn't cheap, and on-demand is probably more expensive because you still got to pay for the driver, still got to pay for the maintenance, still got to pay for the overhead. Smaller buses and less fuel because of those smaller buses is minor compared to the whole overall of the system. I just wanted to add those two things in there that were not in this report to help as you discuss. And again, this report is here for you, top of mind. The annual operating agreement usually comes to you in April, but I wanted to make sure you knew so that when it comes, there's no surprises.
Thanks, Devin. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I've had 14 years of listening to this topic, and if you look at 14 years of the same stuff, whether you do this or you do that, it makes no difference at all. It requires a massive support for very little ridership use. And I'm just not prepared to support any transit system. I have it, and I'm glad you raised the step up and ride. And I do think, I wasn't at the meeting where the council supported a very large amount of money needed to keep step up and ride going. And I would have supported that, but I do think we should have some expectations. What are we giving that money for? For how long? I may be wrong, but my recollection is that amount of money was for this, for the fiscal year that they asked that for that. It's not there for next year. That's my understanding, right? It's a one-year thing. So I'm glad you raised that, because that is a topic that needs to be discussed. It's a much appreciated service, and but it does need to be fit into the total context of the support given for transportation around a very, quite a small city, right? And so it just adds to, I know where I'd put my money if I was a philanthropist. I would give it to Step Up and Ride for sure. So I do embrace the action, but I do think we need to have some what's our expectations in giving any money like that? So I look forward to some further discussions, but we've also now living in a province with massive debt, decreasing revenues, and taxpayers, many of whom are feeling the pinch in a whole bunch of different areas as well. And so I think this council needs to take some definitive action. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor MacDonald?
No, thank you, Worship. I just wanted to say I agree with Councillor Parslow, though it truly feels like we're making a large token investment just to say that we have a transit system that is not working, has not worked for many, many years, and in a time of inflation, cost overruns, all of it, that money I truly believe could go to a much better place than it is to have a token transit system that doesn't work. The idea that to make it work would cost another $120,000 minimum, and that's only our half. BC Transit would be expected to kick in their half of that as well, I assume. Devin, yes? Just doesn't make sense to me. And I would much rather us, like Councillor Parslow said, continue to support Step Up and Ride in the manner we did this year to provide the service they provide to our vulnerable citizenship, our senior citizenship, and students, because I believe they transport as many students as BC Transit is right now every day. That it's a much better investment for us as a municipality at a quarter of the cost.
Thanks, Councillor MacDonald. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll move on to 9.4, report number 25-123 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding comparison between reactive versus proactive bylaw enforcement services. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the recommendation that report number 25-123 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding comparison between reactive versus proactive bylaw enforcement services be received for information. Further, that Council directs staff to prepare a report and draft amendment to the property maintenance bylaw with options for a more clearly defined description of what constitutes an unsightly property. And finally, Council directs staff to explore mechanisms for vacant premises and repeat offender cost recovery for Council's review and consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor MacDonald. Discussion?
Yeah, no, I support this. I think this is a very, you've threaded the needle quite well. Is I guess how it's, no, and I appreciate the preamble in the report with respect to one of the reasons municipal governments try not to move to fully proactive bylaw enforcement is because the potential for liability and abuse, and you don't want to get to a point where it's being used punitively against people or people have grounds challenging in court. So like I said, I think threading the needle. On the other hand, I think we've all become, whether we're talking about property crime or other forms of public disorder, we've become increasingly aware in recent years that there is a small cohort of people which are, using up a disproportionate amount of public resources, and the vast majority of people are kind of doing their part to keep this ship afloat. So if there is a way that we can recoup some of those costs so they're not borne, or they're less borne by the general public than the people who are ultimately, I don't want to use the word wasting our staff's time, but it's not the best use of our staff's time or public's resources. So thank you, and yeah, I appreciate this.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Earl. I agree with everything you said, and I think like it just said in here, the hybrid version, like it's nice to see, you, Devin, yourself and your team to think outside the box to how do we get creative with this. So just well done. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, again, I have similar sentiments to my colleague. I think it's carefully written, and I think it nudges us in a direction we need to go. There are quite a few unsightly properties in my eyes, and many of them I know to be drug houses. And so the interaction between our bylaw and RCMP and all the things that they're trying to do might assist in dealing with some of those properties. So the request, right, around reactive and proactive in this report, which I will obviously support, says enforcement services. And then the last part deals with property maintenance bylaw. Is there been any consideration about more proactive, perhaps, approach to safety on our sidewalks, with people riding their electric bicycles at high speed on our pedestrian sidewalks? Because I know the city of Grand Prairie and County Grand Prairie has recently equipped their bylaw officers with more authority for dealing with that situation. So I hope Mayor may rule that I'm broadening the scope of this, but I think the topic is really reactive versus proactive bylaw enforcement services. And I'm suggesting there's another domain. Some of it is possibly in the domain of public safety on our sidewalks. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Do you want a separate motion there for that, something to look into? Or what are your thoughts on that one?
Well, through your worship, I'll let, if Devin's got anything, I think it's just a question. If there's specific direction that we want to go down that route, then I would say yes, a separate motion. But I think there is some challenges around moving violations, so to speak. At least that's how I always understood it. Maybe something's different. Do you have anything different, Dev?
Yeah, through your worship, Councillor Parslow, good question. Our staff did reach out to Grand Prairie because you'd asked the question to us before, so I kind of figured it was coming. And we...
I'm like an elephant, I never forget.
Alberta's a little different in they have... so Grand Prairie has 24 officers, and 23 of them are considered community peace officers. So that gives them the authority to stop vehicles. Our bylaw enforcement does not deal with moving vehicles. All their vehicles as well are equipped with lights and radar. So we've never actually received a complaint about e-bikes or anything else. There's just been anecdotal conversations about them going too fast, but it would be a substantial change to how we do business as a bylaw enforcement department if that were to be something we do.
Thanks, Devin. Councillor Earl?
Just riffing off of Councillor Parslow's question, there are currently provincial laws in place with respect to how people operate e-bikes in pedestrian areas and on public streets. So there is, the RCMP, if they're out and about and they see someone operating an e-bike unsafely, they do have authority and parameters with which to stop and fine and, I guess, take the bike if somebody's behaving dangerously or erratically.
Sorry, turn to mic off again. Yeah, through your worship. I know that there's provincial regulation around the speed. E-bikes need to be governed to a certain speed. They can't go over a certain speed, and they also require helmets and things like that. So if somebody was driving an e-bike unsafely, the RCMP have full rights to be able to deal with that.
Okay. So perhaps next time the staff sergeant, then we can ask them what they what their policing efforts are, because I know, to Councillor Parslo's point, there are some people who are probably skirting the law in town in how they operate their e-bike, whether it's with helmets, with respect to not, abiding by the standards of traffic. So that might be the best avenue.
I think it's worth the conversation for sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, thanks, Devin. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.5, we have report number 25-144 from the Development Service Manager regarding Main Street visioning summary and next steps. Thank you, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 25-144 from the Development Services Manager regarding Main Street visioning summary and next steps be received. Further, that Council direct staff to explore development incentives for Main Street and downtown and bring recommendations to a future Council meeting. Further, that Council support the downtown vision statement noted on page 21 of the summary memo attached to this report.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor MacDonald, discussion. All right, I'll call this motion to. Okay, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.6, we have report number 25-156 from the city planner regarding temporary use permit TUP 25-02 705 97 Avenue metal storage container. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-156 from the city planner regarding temporary use permit TUP 25-02 705 97 Avenue metal storage container be received. Further, the temporary use permit TUP 25-02 be approved to allow for the use of one metal storage container to be located at the rear of the property at 705 97 Avenue for a period of 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. I have a second. Councillor Sednick, discussion.
Is there any way for us to ensure that the container itself stays sightly, that it's painted regularly, doesn't become horrifically rusted or anything like that?
So through your worship, and I can't remember if in the report it talked about the whether it being a new container or not, but I would think so it's a TUP, so it's for 3 years. So again, I think that gives us that opportunity should something change within that time frame that we don't need to renew. There is at least an end date, so to speak, on that if it doesn't go as planned, and that's really the purpose of a TUP. Is it's a bit of a trial to see if it's a compatible use, and if it's not, then we have that out.
Okay. But our out's not till for 3 years.
That's right.
And many things could change in 3 years. If it's an older container that is already a little bit rusty, that could become severely rusted, right, in that time period?
Yeah, so I'm not a planner, but my comment would be is does council have the authority to require that the container on its placement be in new condition? We could list that under conditions like aesthetics. Yeah, so if that's something council would wish, then you could add that.
I know the neighbors didn't give any feedback, but I think that would be something worthwhile, right? Even just thinking of the future if we got more of these requests, right? That we don't have a bunch of rusty metal steel containers out and about that they are in good condition, they are new, etc.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Parslow.
Well, maybe Councillor MacDonald's concerns, which I understand and appreciate, could be covered off in the proactive property business that we just dealt with. That there should be some, maybe Devon's work can incorporate the unsightliness of these storage containers, and specifically to their appearance and rust and so on. I'm just suggesting that. So that just came to me as a result of Councillor MacDonald's statements. I think they need to be reflected upon. I'm a little confused why the 3-year period was assigned. This is temporary use. Why 3 years? Why not 1 year?
The staff chose 3 years, your worship, because it's the longest that TUP can originally be given, giving this person as much time as they need to store their belongings and deal with what they need to deal with. We could change it to 1 year if council decides, but really, for the most part, it was just provided for 3. That's what the resident wanted.
Well, maybe we need to talk about these sort of containers and have specific guidelines, because a number of communities who are wrestling with the issue of homelessness and so on have used these and made them into small homes, something I'm entirely all for, right? So I'm just wondering, what if somebody came along and said, I want to put in 6 small homes using containers, cut windows and doors into them. I don't think we have any position on that. We've never been asked, right? But other communities have wrestled with that problem. And maybe we need to address the whole issue of these containers, because you'll see or hear that some communities say, no, you can't put them in your backyard, and others are saying, yes, you can. So I'm just wondering, whilst we're dealing with one specific request here, should we broaden the conversation sometime with some policy and direction, given what's happening with the use of these facilities in the province? Thank you.
Through your worship, to Councillor Parslow's question, human habitation is strictly prohibited in the zoning bylaw of metal storage containers. So currently that is addressed. The TUP in question here is mainly for storage, not human occupancy, which is prohibited in the zoning bylaw.
Any comments on the 1 year versus 3 years?
Your mic's off.
Sorry. Did you hear me?
Yeah. Through your worship, to Councillor Parslow, the person was relocating from a property that they're selling and needed the storage area for that period of time. Not sure if they're staying in the community or not. So they asked for the 3 years. Under the Local Government Act, council can afford up to a 3-year term for the temporary use permit. So.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. So a couple thoughts on this. I mean, I don't think the risk for it becoming an eyesore right out of the gate is very high, given that it is adjacent to a laneway. So it's not going to be other than neighbors and people going down there for a specific purpose. I'm not so worried about that. I guess the question is, and Bill kind of spoke to that, but is this actually look at what they're storing in there? Those are kind of outdoor seasonal things that they're going to pull out on a year-to-year basis. And is this, although it keeps in with the letter of the law, is it this in the spirit of the law in the sense that it is actually temporary? Because I think someone can apply to renew a temporary use permit once or twice before it becomes. Right, we did cap the number of times someone can apply for a temporary use permit, so it can't become a de facto permit in perpetuity, correct?
Yeah, through your worship, temporary use permits, I think people can apply once to renew for up to 2 more years, 5 years total. The beauty of temporary use permits, though, legally, is they do not create precedents. Once you can do anything on any land with a temporary use, I mean, within reason. And then once they're done, they're done. It's not, now that it's been there, they have any rights to having that there once it expires. So if you give the 3, it's time to remove. We can legally have that CCAN removed, and there's no legal basis for them to fight putting it or keeping it back on there.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, as far as a 3-year term goes, I want to be respectful of staff's time, which is, the public's time, and having somebody come back year after year for something we could have just done once is obviously the preference, not to create unnecessary redundancy for you guys. I think it's an interesting conversation. I'm going to support the temporary use permit, but that's contingent upon the fact that this use is in fact temporary, and this person isn't just getting themselves a new shed without going through the proper permitting and whatnot.
Understandably, through your worship, the best option here is 3 years of a CCAN, at which point it gives them time to build a shed or a garage if they want, because that's best planning practices. Is we're informing character for our communities. We want them to build a structure. Obviously, this is to allow this person to do that or find somewhere else to store their things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Just a couple, I guess. I know we had a presentation, I think maybe it was with Bill and Urban Systems, just on this CCANs as well, I remember. But I guess I haven't heard enough about it to I guess, have an opinion which either way, which would work. But I don't see, a bunch of negative around allowing some CCANs in the backyards. And I agree with Councillor MacDonald that it needs to be new. And I think we need to set that precedent now, because yes, this is just one, but like as far as TUPs go as well, it's nice to have that option, but we're talking about a CCAN or like a storage unit in the back of a lot. So like respecting the city's staff's time, is this something that we just want to look at the bigger picture of it, and would we allow this? Because if we would allow it, then we could measure out what, the pros and cons to allowing that are. But also, if we open the door to allow them, I'm assuming we're going to get more of these, right? So, but I'm not opposed to adding to this that it does need to be new, because you can buy all shapes and sizes of CCANs. Yeah. And majority that are out on the market that are more affordable are not in good shape. Conditioned from the outside, but they still store things properly. So I don't know. I just think now's the time, if we're going to open the door to allow it, that it does have to be newer. And I don't know what defining newer means, right? New means what? Used once? I think when you buy them, it means used once or twice.
And so through your worship, we've had these conversations with our planning consultant, with our planners as well. The problem isn't, I guess, when the CCAN first goes in, but it's 20 or 30 years from now, when it's not new, and you have a bunch of rusty CCANs all over the city. In experience in other communities, it's generally not taken well in other communities to have a CCAN on the backs of properties. Again, like I mentioned, form and character, the best thing is a permanent structure, a building. I understand CCANs are affordable, and you can get them anywhere. They're readily available, and they seal tight. CCANs are also, from the fire department's perspective, extremely dangerous. If you have anything that has fuel in it, considering or storing fuel in general, there's actually an instance, I think a couple of years ago, a fire chief died when a lawnmower that had a little bit of fuel in it caught fire, and it blew the doors off and killed the fire chief. So from a community safety perspective, CCANs, the fire department is very concerned about that. And honestly, from mine and Bill's conversations, just that alone is enough for us to not recommend CCANs in the backs of yards, and instead be looking at a temporary thing. And in the conditions of this temporary use permit is no storage of fuels or equipment that has fuel. And we are not looking at this time, recommending it as part of the zoning bylaw for a lot of those reasons. They're very hard to manage. They're very hard to police. And we can put a condition of not putting fuel in a CCAM, but if somebody does, there's a lot of danger to the community.
Well, you could have that commission, you can have that on a TUP and you can't
We
enforce
could,
it.
but enforcing it is another, again, going back to the proactive versus reactive. We have a whole bunch of CCAMs we need to enforce, or ventilation or things like that. You can have it in a CCAM, but it must be ventilated properly. It's another thing that adds to the list of things that we need to be doing.
So TUPs on CCANs on residential property, is this the same as commercial or business properties? Because I don't recall us having a lot of TUPs come forward on CCANs, and there's a significant amount of them used.
That's fair, yeah. We don't have many, I believe we're allowed CCANs in commercial or industrial. Yes, yeah, we are, yeah.
We allow them?
We allow them, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I was going to say, I've seen CCANs around the place, but so in light of this discussion, I want to propose an amendment. There is a motion on the floor, isn't there, that says 3 years.
Yeah.
I'd like to move the motion that 3 years be deleted and replaced with 1 year, and then I'd like to speak to that.
Could I get a second on the amendment? Councillor Sudnak. Okay, so the amendment is on the floor for 1 year. Go ahead.
Well, in light of what I've heard from our esteemed mayor and others, including staff, I think I don't want to encourage CCANs for 3 years. I think that's an excessive long period of time for something temporary while a person sorts some things out. So I think any time you make a resolution, you set a precedent and you have to talk yourself out from that precedent. So I'd rather have a tighter timeline so that we don't have these potential problems around sightliness, etc., to deal with. So it's entirely influenced from the discussion that we've had at this council table. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion on the amendment? No? All right, I'm going to call the motion, the amendment to vote. So this is changing it from 3 years to 1 year.
Want some curveballs?
Has everybody voted?
Sorry.
Oh. Waiting one more. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, so we got the motion on the floor as amended in 1 year. Any discussion on this? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote as amended. Sorry, you're good, Natalie, for me to call it? No? Okay, I'm just going to close that, sorry. I'll wait. That's all right. I don't have the option to call it. Oh, there we go. All right, I'll call this motion as amended. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, thank you, everyone, on that one. Next, 9.7, we have report number 25-161 from the Development Service Manager regarding 1229 104th Avenue remedial action. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move the report number 25-161. Would someone get me a glass of water, please? No, sorry. From the Development Services Manager, 1229 104th Avenue, remedial action be received. Further, that whereas the Council of the City of Dawson Creek has considered the condition of the property shown in the photographs attached to Schedule A in report number 25-161, 1229 104th Avenue remedial action dated September the 8th, 2025, and legally described as PID 004-193-971, Lot 14, Block 14 of Section 15, Township 78, Range 15, west of the 6th Meridian Peace River Plan 2678, hereafter called the property, is in and creates an unsafe condition, a danger, a health and life safety hazard to the public, and a nuisance. Now, therefore, pursuant to Part 3, Division 12 of the Community Charter, the Council of the City of Dawson Creek, in the regular meeting of Council assembled, resolves as follows. That having reviewed report number 25-161, re. 1229 104th Avenue remedial action, and the photographs attached as Schedule A to this report to Council dated October the 14th, 2025, and all other information before Council at this meeting, Council finds under Section 73(2)A of the Community Charter that the buildings on the property are in and creates an unsafe condition, and under Section 74(2) of the Community Charter that the property is so dilapidated or unclean as to be offensive to the community. 2, the Council requires the registered owner of the property to remove the single-family dwelling, 2 accessory buildings, all debris in its entirety, the foundation, cap, water, and sanitary services 300 millimeters from the property line, and backfill the excavation to 98% compaction, and to perform such work by obtaining the necessary city permits and in accordance with city bylaws. 3, the Council also requires the registered owner of the property to cause the said lands to be left in a safe condition after the debris is removed. 4, the Council directs City staff to provide notice of this remedial action requirement to all affected persons as required by Section 77 of the Community Charter. 5, that affected persons may request reconsideration by Council, which is 14 days from personal service or registered mail of remedial action requirement as provided under Section 78 of the Community Charter. 6, that the registered owner of the property must fulfill the requirements in this resolution by the date that is 30 days after notice of this resolution as provided under Section 76 of the Community Charter. 7, that if the registered owner of the property has not complied with this remedial action requirement within the time specified, the Council hereby authorises City staff and any agents or contractors retained by City staff to fulfill the remedial action requirement by performing the work specified in this resolution and seeking recovery of the cost of acting on the owner's default in accordance with Section 17 and Section 258 of the Community Charter. There you go.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second?
I didn't hear him. Can you say
Yeah, there's no second. Could you re-say that, please? Councillor Earl? Any discussion? Councillor Earl?
Thank you to staff and thank you to Councillor Parslow for making it through that.
I always wanted to read one of those.
There you go.
Just to get a thank you from Councillor Earl?
Yeah, one more off the bucket list. So obviously this is, as the recommendation would suggest, a very involved process. Anytime we're, as a municipal government or a government, going to demolish someone's house for the sake of public safety, there's a lot of hoops to jump through. And just curious, so it noted in the report that there is a mortgage outstanding on the property, and that because of that, there's not going to be made any effort to settle the estate in a way that's going to kind of make this simple for anyone. Is so the mortgage holder, I presume they're just going to have to eat the loss. And then from what I'm aware, we as a municipality, any costs for remediation get tacked onto a property tax bill, and that after 3 years, if unpaid, it goes to auction, correct?
Yes, through your worship, essentially if there's, go through the process, if the owner doesn't choose to take care of the issue themselves, then we will be forced to do so. We will go through the process. The bill will then be presented to them. If they choose not to fund it, then ultimately that's the process where it goes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor L. I guess is there any, this is in the community charter and the way we have to go about these things, but I know in the past this is, a way that we've inherited a few properties in the community, but is there any other actions that we could take to, or any other legal rights to take actions against property owners in these situations? Because generally this bill will be substantial, bared by the taxpayers, and then we're going to own the property in 3 years. But is there, any more action we can take against property owners besides just that of the property?
Yeah, so through your worship, I mean, this particular case is a bit unique just because of the circumstances. With, as indicated in the report, the family is not interested in taking on the property, and so therefore it's, it's an estate and all those factors that come into it. So ultimately, nobody's going to deal with it. So we're going to be forced to do so, it appears. In other instances, often, obviously this is a bit of a last resort.
Yeah.
You work with property owners to try and see if they will bring things up to a standard. That's what Bill does. Is nobody wants to get to this spot, and nobody, the owner nor the city, do we want to go down this path? And like you say, we incur costs, and we bear those costs and hold them for perhaps 3 years before and longer. You end up with properties. We've got great examples of those downtown that we've had for decades, where we've went through this very similar process and end up with a property, and essentially just got to write that cost off in the end.
Well, yeah, and I wouldn't say no one, because I think this one might be unique, but I'm speaking to more in just general, because I would believe that some probably have taken this road because it was an easier way out for them, right? So that's why I'm just curious if there is when it gets to this level, is there other legal actions that could be taken to ensure the liability is not all on the rest of the city taxpayers?
We've explored some of those in the past, and through legal recourse, it's likely going to be more costly to do that than it is to do this. In the end, in most cases, you hope you end up with a viable piece of property that you can maybe recoup some or all of your costs down the road. Now, that isn't always the case, but and it is challenging, and we're coming at it from, not that we want to, but usually it's because there's a safety issue. There's some risk, so we're ultimately forced to do something.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? No. I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I'm going to just take a 2-minute break, so we'll be as quick as we can, just because we're getting close to lunch. So. One from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2026 budget assumption. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-181 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2026 budget assumptions report be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. Call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you to staff for this. As similar to Devin's report, it's very informative and equally vexing. And I know this is something we have to do as part of our responsibility of the province, but it's also very useful to us. Not knowing how things are going to shake out with respect to the ongoing drought and the water project, there's, I guess, a lot of uncertainty, but what we do know, and looking at specifically the internal drivers, is certainly kind of a very sobering thing. I do want to, the new operational costs with respect to the splash park, that will, as per the motion passed, is required to be paid for with a tax increase. So I don't know if that, I mean, it's an internal driver, but it's not in the same sense as the money provided to Step Up and Ride, which was not funded out of anything. It was just pulled out of general revenue. It is slightly different. Yeah, it's we have a lot of work ahead of us come budget deliberations, and I sincerely appreciate the effort in putting this document together for us.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, very, very interesting. I appreciated the inclusion of the asset management plan in this, because that is, one of the impressions I have from attending UBCM. One of the sessions is you need to think long-term in your planning. The problem is so many councils just think short-term. So that provision as put into this budget is definitely thinking long-term, okay? Which we need to do. I'm pleased to see the information about the Peace River Agreement. And so I have no questions there. Let's further down, there are a couple of questions. Let me just get to the section here. So we're looking at a $250,000 increase for the Ovintiv Event Centre. Can somebody explain, is that just inflation or is there anything else?
What page are you on, Councillor Parslow?
Oh, sorry, thank you. Page 7 of 17.
Thank you. Go ahead, Melissa.
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow. So 230 of the $234,634 is related to the increased cost to putting in ice for a full year.
Ah, yes.
So that's unrelated to the net subsidy, but is being reported under that, given that that change. And depending on the decision on council, that maybe we look at formulating that in a different way. But for now, that's what that is associated with.
And the reduction in the debt service is because more of the principal's being paid off?
Correct.
Okay. Now, why water services reduced by $250,000? Same table.
Yeah, through your worship, I'd have to go through the individual line items. I had the details specifically for Ovintiv and another one pending questions, but not that one. It could just be, given it's operational, just some decreased repairs and maintenance. This is also a preliminary look.
Yeah, sure.
But I can look here if they're wanting to continue discussion.
I'm comfortable getting an answer later. Similar question, why economic development services are reduced? I found that stood out for me as well.
So through your worship to Councillor Parslow, I do have the specific details on that one, and that it's consulting services. So it was $115,000 specifically in 2025 for additional work that was on the downtown incentives and land development. In looking at methods for that. So it's just reducing it back to the $35,000, which has been status quo previous to 2025. So really we're just reducing levels to previously incurred expenses for that one, for economic development. And through your worship to Councillor Parslow, I'm still looking at the water, but Devin also brought my attention to the GAC media being an increased budget expense in 2025. So that likely is contributing to the decrease in water, or part of it.
Oh, yeah.
So did you say $115,000 for the downtown and the tax, let's call it incentive thing? that was, those two pieces of work cost 115,000?
Well, it was previously 35,000, so it would be the difference between those two
So about 80,000.
was some work that was set aside for that.
Wow, okay. Now, I think there's a couple of other little things here. Just the flood mitigation and then the fire department reserve. So the 500,000 fire department reserve, I know what that's all about. I thought is it the sidewalk 250,000 for sidewalk / flood mitigation? I thought we had collapsed the flood mitigation and put all of that into the fire department reserve. So is it just sidewalk? So that is on page, sorry, I should
9.
tell you. Page
9.
9?
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 of 17. So the fire department reserve is
You
for
can just
a
leave yours on.
new piece of equipment that we're saving up for, right?
So through your worship to Councillor Parslow, I apologize, that would be, it should just state sidewalk.
Should just say
Yeah,
sidewalk.
would have been an error in a carried forward table.
Okay. Well, you so rarely make errors. I mean, I thought it something I didn't. Okay.
He's keeping
No,
track
that's
of
it.
that.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
And for further clarification, yes, and for just in looking at the water, there was 320,000 that was budgeted in 2025 for water treatment repairs and maintenance, which would have been the GAC media, and that is not an expense incurred in 2026. So that would account for the majority of the water decrease of 323,000.
Okay, thank you. Councillor MacDonald?
Thank you, Worship. On the same page there, and just looking to the future of 2028, the equipment pool project, massive jump there from 625 to 3.2. What's coming up there for us to purchase?
That would be the new fire truck.
Oh, new fire truck.
So that's when the expected delivery is.
Oh, okay.
And so you'll see alternatively, when you look at the bottom portion of that table, we have the 500,000 in 2026 and 2027, and then we shouldn't have to contribute in 2028, which would
yes.
which would finalize the purchase of the fire truck.
Okay. And the only other question I had, for the Mile Zero loan repayment, is there only option to us tax increase? Is there any way to take that out of reserves at all? Or are we mandated? Sorry?
Or surplus.
Or surplus? Or are we absolutely mandated to have a tax increase for that?
Through your worship to Councillor MacDonald, that can be a decision of council. You can choose to run a deficit for the 2026 budget, pulling on reserves or previous year surpluses, because we have the reserve balance there to cover it. If we didn't, then you cannot run a deficit.
Okay.
But that could be a decision that council can make during the draft one budget decisions that I would put forward.
Okay.
Anything else, Councillor MacDonald?
Oh, and the sports floor, the cost of $479 for an annual expense. Is there anywhere in there that has anticipated revenue for the sports floor, or just we don't have enough information or data to provide that?
That includes a small revenue stream.
That includes?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know what that small revenue stream is, that amount?
Yeah, just I also think while I'm opening the spreadsheet here, it definitely is an estimate that depending on what this trial year looks like. So we had 15,000.
Okay. And that 479, is there any consideration of what it would have cost us to have ice in that building as a part of that? Or is the cost of ice taken out of that? Or is it completely separate?
Yeah, so through your worship, if I remember correctly, when we looked at it in the past, the kin was always around that $450,000 annually
Okay.
for when you run ice in there.
Okay.
And the memorial was usually 6,000,000+. It was in that. Yeah, so I think it's pretty similar.
So essentially a trade-off there.
Yeah.
Providing it just a different service.
Yep.
And the difference being now, instead of 8 months of ice, we're having 12 months of service. We don't have any anticipated closures of that building at all, like the pool per se.
Through your worship to Councillor MacDonald, depending on what happens with decision of council, there would be probably I'm going to call it a month period time frame, right? Depending on what those capital improvements or additions to the sports floor that would be. So some of those discussions have been the dividing curtain, right? So we'd have to take the floor up to ensure that any equipment that goes into it doesn't, right? You'd have to do it on the cement floor. We would have to pull up the floor for some of those things. We would obviously want to do as much work during that time frame on the field of play surface to minimize any downtimes. But those downtimes would be, I'm going to call it mid-summer, where we believe traditionally that would be a slower time of year for that facility or surface, whereas some of those pickleball and some of those other activities would be taking place outside.
And those would just be one-offs, not a planned annual.
No, I think
it's just one-off event.
Yeah, I think it also just depends on what happens if a light goes out or something like that. We'll have to respond to those items. But yeah,
perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor MacDonald.
And through your worship to Councillor MacDonald, just for clarification, because I want to make sure this is clear with the sports floor, is that part of that does include putting the ice in Ovintiv. So it's not just looking at because the cost to run the sports floor, if we looked at comparison to the Ovintiv, there's savings in utilities, but it's looking at what was the net impact by putting in the sports floor, because now we're having to pay more out of Ovintiv. So that's part of that cost. So the original budget for just the kin floor was just over $500,000, and now looking at what the budget is for the kin floor and Ovintiv combined is close to $1 million, and so the difference between those two is the 479. Just so that there's that understanding.
Net increase.
Yeah.
Current arrangement.
Based on projections and estimates. Yes.
Thanks, Melissa. Councillor Earl?
Just going off the comment or question by Councillor MacDonald with respect to the Mile Zero Park Society loan, $350,000. They've suggested that they're not in a position to repay that loan. Do we require some sort of formal notification from them with respect to that? Or why are we still booking it as outstanding debt when I feel like, even though maybe it wasn't no one came out and explicitly said it, the expectation is we're not going to be seeing that money anytime soon. And I guess the next conversation is, what are our options? Because what are we going to do? Repossess the blacksmith shop? We've kind of put ourselves in a tough situation here. But I don't know that we're being honest with ourselves by continuing to refer to this as a loan that is going to be repaid. I get a sense that it's bad debt until otherwise stated by mobs.
Yeah, through your worship, you're correct. We haven't officially got any definitive answer on the repayment of that. I think we should, and I think we could certainly invite MOPS in. It might be good to have them come in and update council and answer that question in light of, they got the pump track and just how the season's gone, what kind of usage they've seen, all those pieces. Wrap all that up with a bow and then just let us know what that is so we can move on and we know unequivocally where we're headed.
Well, and that's the thing at the end of the day, that funding wasn't budgeted for. It needs to be accounted for. And I don't want to, we don't want to be deluding ourselves into thinking it's coming back our way if it's not. I don't think that. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, again, appreciate what's just been said. I think there's one lesson need to reflect on, given the situation we've just been talking about, Mile Zero Part Society, is, we have groups go out, spend a lot of time donating their time, etc., etc. They come to council and they've been promised certain things from the private sector. And that is all counted into the equation for the revenue. And then something happens within our local economy, which had ripple effects, debts not being paid when there was a closure, that had private sector people who are very, the people I'm talking about know about are very philanthropic in the community. Good citizens, good companies, but they have to adjust their plans. And so I think there's something we need to think about, right? I understand all that, but when we approve something and it's based upon these outside partners and they can't deliver, then the taxpayers pick up the tab, so to speak. And I just think there's maybe some lessons to learn here, because so many wonderful things happen through partnerships between the city, some of the societies that support through fee-for-service contracts what goes on here, and the private sector. And so we need to look at that through a big picture perspective, you know what I mean? Because you don't want to, if you don't want to receive anything that involves a partnership with with the private sector, then that should be reflected so everybody knows the ground rules, right? But I would speak against such a suggestion because there's so many examples where those partnerships have been a net gain to the city. Mm-hmm. And some of them are specific projects that people are particularly interested in, such as, let's take one, the pickleball outside courts, donation. Good people made a donation, and it was up front in that instance, I believe. It doesn't matter if it wasn't. But I'm just saying there are issues that we need to wrestle with when we get proposals that involve that. Sometimes the proposals are cash, sometimes they're in kind. And so anyway, we do take a risk. One of the ingredients that was raised by my colleague, Councillor MacDonald, around the sports floor, the other big thing that we need to enter into the financial equation, again, thinking long-term, is the long-term costs that would have had to have been incurred at the Tin Arena had it continued as an ice arena, which we would not have significant amounts of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Melissa?
Through your worship, too, just for clarification, the last time we had MOPS come was June 2nd. And so just so this report is really, this begins by the process of looking at the 2026 amounts that were included in the 5-year financial plan, and those are the amounts that are included in this report. So any direction or decisions or anything that's come since April, those will be reflected in draft 1. Well, they'll come in and there'll be some motions that council can make decisions on, but just so that there's the understanding that anything that's been decisions have been made since then aren't included in these totals.
Yeah, thank you. Discussion. I just want to thank you, Melissa, and your team for putting this together. There's a lot of information in there. Obviously, we have some decisions to make coming forward, and it's just nice to have it really all outlined. I still have a hard time with increasing too much this year. I think there's been a lot of pressure outside of this that individuals locally have faced over the last couple of years. I think we've made a lot of great work moving forward to secure our future long term, but in a positive way. But yeah, I don't know. I have a tough time, with all of it. So there's a lot in here, and it's going to be some interesting discussions. But yeah, there's a lot. So thank you. All right, do I need to? Oh, it was already called, right, the vote? Yeah. All right, I'm going to break for lunch. We'll be back in at 12:30 for committee of the whole. For Tuesday, October 14th, 2025 to order. First order of business, 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Bill Darnborough, Manager of Development Services, and David Dole, City Planner with the City of Dawson Creek, in attendance regarding the Development Services 101. So welcome both of you and good afternoon.
Thanks for having us. We'll just wait for admin to get the PowerPoint up. So I guess while they're doing that, I'll go just explain why we're here. In a previous council meeting, council asked staff to create a bit of a Development Services 101 presentation that outlined at a high level how our development process has worked, specific to our organization, and the legislation that guides those processes. So why now? We're the beginning of bringing our OCP to first reading, our zoning bylaw update as well. We're also working on our DCC bylaw that'll be coming to council shortly. So we wanted to provide a bit of a background on that. So I'll let David take the next few slides over and go from there.
All right, so as Bill mentioned, we're presenting a bit of a Development Services 101 with the goal of just sort of maybe shining a bit more of a light on the work that our department does. So myself, I primarily work on OCP amendments, zoning amendments, and development permits, development variance permits, temporary use permits. So I will be handing the first sort of half of those items on the agenda there, and then I'll be passing it back over to Bill. So I'm starting here with a bit of an overview slide, hopefully that provides some more context to how these documents interact with each other. In the following slides, where I'll get into a little more of specifics on each of these documents, and then items on the permits that we use to enforce the rules in the documents. So first of all, on the top there of that upside down pyramid, we've got the Local Government Act and the Community Charter. So documents which you're probably fairly familiar with already, but because they are much broader than just planning regulations, they sort of create the rest of that hierarchy, or most of it. They create the power of the municipality to create an OCP to regulate land use, and they create the zoning bylaw in sort of the sense of allowing a municipality to enact regulations, and then sort of that authority is delegated to us on some level, although the province does specify certain items which they would wish to see in an OCP and sort of expectations around what that document is, broadly speaking. So then after that, we have the OCP, which is the broad sort of vision document. Again, that is broader in scope than just planning. However, there is a lot within the OCP that specifically is targeted at governing the land use of various areas of the city. I have the neighborhood concept plans and development permit areas sort of as a dotted line between the OCP, because those are documents which can also be included as appendices in a sense and sort of act as companions, applying the broad vision of the OCP to more specific areas. So to be precise, the N in NCP stands for neighborhood. A development permit area itself is a sort of provides more specific policy guidelines to particular land use types. And further to that, we have the zoning bylaw, which again continues this trend of more specific rules, but a narrower geography, and applies specific, very prescriptive regulations to specific properties through zoning. So starting with the OCP, so we've already sort of spoken a bit about the LGA and how it creates the expectations of what should be within an OCP, what powers the OCP has to regulate, essentially. So broadly speaking, it is the guiding document that establishes the future vision for land use in the community. It is mandated by the LGA now that the OCP should undergo comprehensive review every 5 years. And the part that is significant to council, of course, is that it can be changed through a bylaw amendment requiring 3 readings, and it must include a public hearing and public consultation. So, getting into how this affects the city more directly, in a more tangible sense, I provided some examples of the sorts of things that you might find within an OCP. So a policy statement that I took there is section 4.1, and it outlines the desire of the city to support strategic infill and redevelopment in existing residential areas, and then you can read the rest of that there. And in addition to that, significant to planning is that it establishes certain land use designations. So these are sort of similar to zones in some sense, but they act a lot more broadly. So you can see that they sort of describe in the name generally what land use is captured in that particular property. And you can read them off over there. So the important distinction to recognize between an OCP land use designation and a zoning bylaw zone is that an OCP land use designation is meant to, as in keeping with the purpose of the document, which is to outline a vision for the future of the community, not necessarily dictate the current land use and what is allowed on a property, but more so sort of outline what the city would see as the proper best sort of land use for that area without enforcing it necessarily on the present occupants. So moving on from that, we have development permit areas. I've left out neighborhood concept plans because I believe we had some discussion in the recent past about that. But for development permit areas more specifically, there is a couple sort of ways in which the Local Government Act allows a city to establish a development permit area. Functionally, what they do is they sort of make it so that any sort of modification to the property, be it sort of building, landscaping, exterior modifications that can be sort of viewed from the public perspective, must have a development permit which sort of requires certain of these regulations to be reviewed more directly. So what is the particular use cases which a city is allowed to establish a development permit area are first and foremost, we have natural hazards, so it's a bit difficult to see, and I'll see if I can make the laser pointer function there. It's sort of that pink hatched area that goes along the Dawson Creek, and that's very intentional because it's meant to capture certain areas that are within flood hazard zones. So the Local Government Act allows us to create development permit areas to allow us to regulate having people avoid building in that area that might sort of be in harm's way if we were to have another flood in the future. And then further to that, there's also another category of development permit areas which can be established, which are more targeted towards the revitalization of an area, form and character of commercial, industrial, or multiple family residential or intensive residential developments. So the development permit areas that we currently have in practice, as we have one for the downtown core commercial, one for commercial outside the downtown core, an area for multifamily residential, and an area for intensive residential. So Moving on, lastly, we have the zoning bylaw and our little hierarchy, which we've discussed broadly before. So this is the more prescriptive document than the OCP. It states much more directly what we allow for various properties within the city by establishing a set of zones, which I believe I have on the following slide. But essentially, this is a lot more direct in the sense that if you'd look at the OCP, you would see a bunch of broad sort of policy statements. The zoning bylaw is much more. You are required, for instance, to have a certain setback from your property lines. There is a maximum building height, and that is much more direct in the way that we use that to review permits. So I believe I will go here and show you. Yes, okay. So some of the stuff that we regulate in the zoning bylaw, the permitted current uses of the land with a bit of a caveat for certain properties, without trying to get into the weeds too much. There are certain properties whose uses have predated the establishment of a zoning bylaw regulation. And in that situation, the city's not interested in telling people to change what they're already doing. It's more so for regulating at the point of a new development. So in addition to that, as mentioned already, minimum required setback. So it establishes what you might describe as a building envelope that any structure must exist within. And another big part of the zoning bylaw is our minimum parking requirements. So, oh yeah, and you can see on the right there an example from our city web map there of different zones around the city hall. So some of those include INS1, which is institutional, and we have C3 over there, which is our highway commercial, C2 being general commercial. And then we have the yellow areas here, which designate those as single-family residential, and so on and so forth. So permits are how we check for new development that the city's regulations are being met. So I will be going over development permits, variance permits, temporary use permits, and then I'll be passing it off to Bill. Okay, so some of these documents hopefully are looking a little more familiar by now. When we receive a development permit application, of course, as stated earlier, it's required for areas only within a development permit area. It's a bit of a distinction from other jurisdictions. I believe in other provinces it is required by default, but in BC, the municipality doesn't actually have the power to require a development permit for generally single-family residential areas, with sort of in mind that we don't want to be introducing more rules than we have to for an average property owner. These are meant to be generally for larger developments. So further to that, specifically how it relates to council, we have the Land Use Procedures Bylaw 4394, and within that, council has delegated the authority to approve development permits to Dev Services, broadly speaking, and on condition that if any negative comments are received from the public through the required public sort of mail-out process, or if we have rejected a development permit and the applicant has repealed that rejection, then it will go to council. So essentially, as stated earlier, the reason we have this permit is to check that the guiding principles within the OCP, if any neighborhood concept plans and the development permit area for that region, the zoning bylaw requirements, and then also this additional document here which covers engineering standards, are being met for all new development. So not so much existing development, but for applications on stuff that is yet to be built. Variance permits. So I've introduced a screenshot here of a property in the city. This because it's sort of a very classical example of a situation where you would want a variance permit. So we understand that there's certain points in time when sort of things don't always fit neatly into boxes, especially with the zoning bylaw. So not every lot is a rectangle. In this particular situation, we can say there's a particular hardship on this property owner that they face to follow a regulation such as the required rear setback. So in this situation here, we would allow a variance, essentially, understanding that because of the shape of the lot, there is sort of a limited ability for them to follow this particular regulation. There are certain limits to how we apply that. For instance, the Local Government Act does not permit variance permits to be used to modify use or density, with, I suppose, the rationale that those are more intrusive changes that should involve a more rigorous review process that involves sort of the public in a more involved way. And then secondly, I want to speak briefly about temporary use permits, which we've already had a bit of a discussion of earlier. And the nice thing about a temporary use permit is that it says what it does in the name. It's temporary. It can only be in effect for a maximum of 3 years with only a maximum of 1 renewal allowed. And that is also very directly stated in the Local Government Act, which creates the permits, the power to use these permits, and also the regulation. And these both require council approval. And lastly, I'll sort of end on a brief note here about why these regulations are important. So I think oftentimes we're used to hearing as staff from property owners, why should the city be interested in what I do with my land? It's my land, I pay taxes on it, that sort of thing. I think it's important to recognize that there are negative spillovers which can result from any development onto surrounding properties. So I guess what I like to say sometimes is, you might be okay with whatever you're proposing for your land, but if your neighbor is proposing to build, a 5-story building, you'd probably want to have some say about that. If your neighbor proposes to change the grading of their land and that results in overland flooding from their side of the property onto your property, and in a similar way, the city might also have an interest in ensuring that there aren't certain development that people do on their land that will adversely affect the city's infrastructure or roadways or any of that sort of thing. So further to that, there's also perhaps justifiably a certain rationale behind regulating in some sense form and character. So certain prominent buildings will be visible to much of the public, and as well, I would say it raises the bar in the sense that without these sorts of regulations, somebody who does want to go further with their property, if they're a commercial business owner, for instance, it's kind of as if they're at a disadvantage for wanting to do more. So if we set a minimum standard, then in some sense, everyone's on the same playing field. Further to that, and I think maybe one of the most important elements of why it's important to establish rules in these regulations is that it provides certainty and transparency. Everyone can read the rules that we use to review an application. We're happy to explain those rules to people at times because they can be complicated, understandably, for somebody who doesn't have to consider development in their everyday life. And also sort of keeping things open and transparent in the sense that many of these decisions are made in open council meetings here, and so people can understand what is going into a planning decision. And I think with that, I'll pass it off to Bill.
Thanks, David. I'll go back to the last slide. I just want to, how do you highlight that? Just this button here. That's our 2016 flood. So just important to recap why it's important that we regulate. We haven't had flooding for some time. That's not to say that that's not going to happen in the future. So it's giving our customers and the general public a sense and understanding of why we have these regulations in effect, and to mitigate potential problems in the future. I'm going to jump into subdivision approval in BC and try to help give council a better understanding of the subdivision approval process. So the definition of subdivision means division of land into 2 or more parcels, whether by planned, descriptive words, or otherwise. So privately owned land in BC is registered under the Torrens Land Title Registration System. This is a central register of parcels of land, ownership, interests, and transactions of land that's maintained by the Land Title Survey Authority, the LTSA, which is a provincial crown agency. With the exception of unregistered crown lands, land cannot be subdivided without registering the changes in the Land Title Office, which is LTSA. So LTSA, they won't register new parcels that are created without the signature of an approving officer. So what is the role of the approving officer, and what is an approving officer? So approving officers are appointed by municipal council. In rural areas, the approving officer is the Deputy Minister of Transportation. So approving officers do a subdivision plan review. They'll review plans for compliance with legislation, bylaws, public interest. They'll evaluate lot sizes, shape, road access, and servicing. They'll also look at the environmental and safety considerations regarding flood, geotechnical stability, and concerns in that regard, as well as safeguarding public interest. So the types of approving officers, there's the municipal approving officer for villages, towns, and cities. In the regional districts, rural areas, that falls under the authority of the province. So it would be Ministry of Transportation and Transit. NISCA, First Nations, they also have their own approving officer for village lands. And apology for my typo, I typed NISCA incorrectly there. It should have been a G and not a K. So subdivision approval, just to reiterate, there's land use and zoning compliance that's reviewed, the servicing requirements, ensure that subdivision and development servicing is met under our subdivision development servicing bylaw. There's adequate road access that's found in the subdivision bylaw as well. And then there's that environmental and community benefit. So to recap, the approving officer looks through the lens of the Land Title Act, zoning bylaw, subdivision and development servicing bylaw, and they'll review the plans to ensure that all the requirements in those documents are met. So there are certain time limits for subdivision plan review. Land Title Act mandates a 2-month review period for subdivision plans to be approved or rejected to ensure timely decision making and efficiency. Also, ensure that the requirements of the subdivision servicing bylaw are met, which defines the infrastructure standards, which includes water, supply, sanitary, stormwater management, roads, sidewalks, street lighting, and utilities for new subdivisions. Moving on to building permitting, I'd like to give council a bit of a history and context of the historical development of the Architects Act and BC Building Code. Both have regulatory roles, and these frameworks ensure safe, compliant building practices through regulation and professional certification requirements. We'll also touch on building classification under BC Building Code. We're going to talk about Part 3 and Part 9. And where those buildings, what type of buildings fall under those parts. There are 10 parts in BC Building Code, but we're not going to get into the weeds on that today. So a bit of a history. Architects Act was established in 1930, setting foundational legal standards for architectural practice in the province of British Columbia before building codes existed. The Act was repealed in 2023 and replaced with the Architects Regulation. National Building Code was introduced in 1941. It introduced a standardized building and safety codes across provinces. In 1985, BC Building Code is adopted in its own code. It really leans off the model code of National Building Code with certain changes for seismic and climatic needs. The Architects Act was also replaced by the Architects Regulation was replaced the Architects Act in 2023. And then there was also enforcement duties emphasized by the Langford decision. It's important to note what the Langford decision was. The city of Langford had issued a building permit and allowed construction and occupancy of a building without requiring architectural certification. So, and this all stemmed from safety and structural concerns that the Architects Institute of BC had. So the court ruling was that an architect is required for any projects found under the Architects Regulation. And I'll kind of go over what those requirements are shortly. So the architect's role, it's really the design of the area and space and to ensure life safety elements such as fire separations, means of egress, travel distance, exiting, and emergency lighting is met. They also work in conjunction with the engineers who have technical expertise on structural design, geotechnical design, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and so forth. So there's a collaborative approach in any project in which the BC Building Code requires a coordinating registered professional. That could be the architect on the project or one of the engineers. They ensure that the project is field reviewed and built to the professional design according to those disciplines. So what is Part 3 and what's Part 9 of BC Building Code? So BC Building Code defines Part 9 buildings. It applies to buildings that are 3 stories or less, buildings that are under 600 square meters in area, and it includes residential and low hazard occupancies. Complex buildings, Part 3 buildings, are 3 stories or more, buildings that are over 600 square meters in building area, or occupancies that are assembly occupancies, detention, care, treatment, or high hazard occupancies. There's also post-disaster buildings fall under Part 3, and that includes like the fire department, RCMP, water treatment plants, and the hospital, although the hospital already falls under Part 3. So certification requirements, not required for Part 9, but there is professional plan certification required for Part 3, which would be architectural, structural, and mechanical, geotechnical, etc. So BC Building Code's pretty prescriptive as to when a building permit is required. It's required for any building that's over 10 square meters in area. That's roughly 108 square feet. It includes new construction and various alterations. Scope of the permit application covers new construction, occupancy changes, demolitions, plumbing, safety corrections, and heritage building alterations. The city of Dawson Creek, anything that's constructed within the bounds of the city means that the building department is the authority. The city is the authority having jurisdiction, and the building department oversees those and receives those applications, does plan review, and then issues the permit. Important piece to note is the plan review process. Staff will take in a complete building permit application. There's requirements under Division C of the building code as to what's required, and staff really review that application to make sure it meets the bare minimum standards of BC Building Code. And from there, we work back and forth with either the professional design team or the contractor, depending if it's Part 3 or Part 9. We work through some of those code deficiencies to ensure it meets BC Building Code, and then we issue the permit from there. So I'm gonna have a quick drink of water because I'm getting dry mouth here. The Building Act gives the province authority to set technical building requirements, ensuring consistency throughout the province. Building Act came into effect in 2017 with mandatory requirements for building officials, building inspectors to qualify and pass exams and be certified. So to be a building official in BC, you need to be a member in good standing. You need to pass the qualification exams for the level that you're practicing in. And you need to continued professional development every year and be listed in the registry of building officials. So moving on. Yeah, thanks. So why do building codes exist? I use the analogy, and it might be harsh, but it is a reality that building code is written in blood. So we look at the top. This here, that's the Iroquois Theatre Fire in 1903. 602 deaths, mainly women and children watching a play. I think it was Bluebeard at the time. Died in that building because doors didn't open in the direction of exit travel. The fire curtain for the theater wasn't installed, or well, it was installed, but it was the wrong material. Exits weren't visible. There wasn't emergency lighting. So a lot of changes came from this fire. You see panic hardware installed in exits. You see exits that open in the direction of exit travel. You see emergency lighting showing where the exits are, signage, and that sort of thing. Middle picture is Station Square roof collapse, Burnaby, 1988. Cole's notes on that. There wasn't supposed to be a parking garage on top of the building. Last minute it was changed. The engineer in training at the time didn't receive proper oversight from the engineer on the project. The engineer on the project didn't do the required site visits to ensure, or even review the plans to ensure that they met best engineering practices. So changes came out of BC Building Code because of that, requiring schedules, professional plan, and a commitment for field review. The last photo here is the Station nightclub fire on the bottom. It was in 2003 in Rhode Island. And basically, the fire started from unprotected foam plastics catching fire from unpermitted pyrotechnics. The fire flashed over in like 3 minutes, and there was inadequate exits. Exits were chained and secured so people couldn't sneak in. A lot of changes came of fire codes from that incident, which is a good thing. It's a tragedy, but it's good to reiterate why there is BC Building Code, right? So we'll move on to something a bit more positive, I guess, development cost charges. So yeah, we talk a lot about DCCs, or development cost charges, and they're fees charged to land developers to fund infrastructure for new growth under the local government bylaws. So it's an infrastructure funding area. It finances growth-related capital projects, which include roads, drainage, sewers, water, and parkland development. Currently, the city only charges water and sanitary DCCs. Some municipalities charge more. So there's also a fair cost distribution. DCCs ensure that the financial burden of the growth-related infrastructure is shared fairly amongst beneficiaries, not just the taxpayers. And it's also a pool of developer funds into the DCC to coordinate and finance the necessary projects.
Bill, sorry, just on the DCCs, is that government regulated, like provincial government, like BC Building Code, or is it like, because on here it says local government, but then it also, you said some opt into some of those, some don't. So like, is it?
It's up to the municipality's discretion if they want to bring in a development cost charge. That's like, you're not mandated to. The challenge is that if you don't have a development cost charge bylaw in place, the entire population pays, right? So we look at the analogy of the person on a fixed income. Why should they pay for all these capital improvements that are directly growth related? Yeah. And to further answer your question, any enactment of a development cost charge bylaw needs to be approved by the inspector of municipalities. So after third reading, it'll go to the inspector of municipalities for approval. And there's a fairly large, it's a big process to determine where we land on those development cost charge values. And we'll get into that a little bit further.
So, and then you said in the city of Dawson Creek, it's just water, sewer, drainage that we?
Just water and sanitary.
Water and sanitary.
Yeah. Fort St. John, for example, they have water, sanitary, and I believe storm and road DCCs. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, guiding principles. The key principle is the benefit or pace, which results in fairness, certainty, and accountability with the integration of the bylaw. Calculation of DCCs involves estimating new development, identifying projects, determining net costs, and setting fair rates. So how do we calculate DCCs? So it's really, there's some contributing factors. There's population growth. There's our estimated growth, which I believe we have at 1.1% in here. We're going to take our building permit data, like what we've had for new construction in recent memory, and then we'll determine our off-site capital costs and projects, looking through the lens of our master plans, strategic plans, and capital plans. From there, we'll determine benefit factors, and then we'll be bringing in the near future report to council, and we'll be going over the work that we've done for the DCC bylaw, and at that point in time, council can determine what they would like to have as a municipal assist factor. Currently, we have, I think it's 10%. Yeah. So that's how the calculation of DCCs works. Yeah.
Can you explain that a little bit more, like what 10% of the total predicted cost?
So through your worship, how it works is that DCCs, the legislation requires that municipalities contribute at least 1% towards the DCC charge. So if your DCC is $100, the municipality has to contribute at least $1 for every DCC charged that goes into the reserve. But that's a policy decision that you can do more or less. So when we introduced DCCs over 10 years ago, I think for the first year we did a 20% assist factor, and then we reduced it to 10%, and that's where it sits.
So 10%, the municipality kicks in 10%.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
And with the thought is, the rule is that overall there is some benefit to the overall community if these works go ahead, whatever those works are. So that's why they have a 1% minimum, recognizing that. But you can go more than that, and we have at 10%.
So I guess just if we had a heavy growth year and there was a lot of DCCs contributed and we had to put 10% in, would that come out of our operating of the water?
So yeah, water and
that would
sewer
put
would be,
pressure?
it's funded by either water or sewer infrastructure charges, I assume is where that would be coming from. And it would be contributed to the reserve.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I would like to see this particular area worked through with some examples, right? Because, let's say building permit data, is that sort of the numbers of building permits or the value of the building permits? And how that fits into the estimated growth, because it's not just population growth, it's sort of capital, new builds, renovations, and so on. I'm just fascinated how all the things that fits together, okay? Because I have no problem philosophically with development service, DCCs, right? Development costs. What's the other C for? Development?
Cost charges.
Cost charges, thank you.
And
But I'm interested in how it's there. And again, I never understood why this city didn't have storm sewers as a development cost charge. Can you, was it a political or was it a rational decision?
So through your worship, all of these are political decisions because
all of them. To have one or not.
Well, yeah, really, to have or to have not is a political decision because yes, do we need extra revenue for our infrastructure? 100%.
Yeah.
We do, and we know we have a storm sewer is a good example where we did a master plan, and we had at that time, which is 10 years ago, I think $30 million worth of identified storm sewers.
That's right.
But throughout this whole presentation, I can't help but sit there and listen to you. Hear one side of why we do what we do is to ensure that certain standards are met. There's certainty in the community. Everybody's got a nice building to look at. Everything's like that. But That's what the people want, except when they're coming through the door to get a permit.
Yeah,
They don't want
sure.
any of that then. And so that's the balance that we, Bill primarily and David, they deal with on a day-to-day basis when people come through is the community wants these standards. They want sidewalks. They want all these things. They want infrastructure paid for because they don't want to pay for it. But the person coming through the door doesn't want to pay for any of that and thinks it's a hardship or a deterrent to do business in the community. So all of a sudden we're characterized as anti-business.
Sure.
So that's the constant balance.
I've heard the rhetoric, but why was storm sewers not included? Do you remember?
It's just never been brought forward because there hasn't been an appetite from council to add additional development cost charges to development.
Yet we have a real problem with storm sewers, don't we? Functionality?
Well, we have infrastructure deficits in storm sewer. Yeah, if we ever get rain.
Sorry, Councillor was mischievous. What did you say, Terry?
Yes, we have infrastructure deficits across the board. And
Yeah.
so could we use development cost charges for storm and roads? Absolutely. Now, keep in mind, this doesn't mean all of a sudden we're going to have a whole bunch of money for capital. This is only growth-driven projects, which just goes back to your question is how do you develop that? And so you use your crystal ball as best you can. You estimate growth projections. And if we grow by this much in these areas of town, what infrastructure are we going to need? So again, there's a lot of assumptions that go into that. You crunch out all of that and it spits out that your investment is, and the projects are estimated. And then, okay, this is based on this growth rate. This is how much you're going to need to charge. And then it goes down, like Bill said, to the province. It's heavily scrutinized, and they either approve it or they don't. But, and as we know, our growth projections, everybody likes to be optimistic. Nobody likes to say zero. But the reality is it's been slow.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Thanks, Kevin.
Implementation and oversight of the DCC bylaw. So they're collected, the cost charges are collected during subdivision approvals for single-family dwelling lots or during building permit issuance, typically for institutional, commercial, and industrial properties. We do have some properties in town that DCCs haven't been collected on that are single-family lots, so we collect them at that point as well. DCC funds, they're held in a dedicated reserve account, and they have to be used exclusively for, if it's water development cost charges, they have to be used exclusively for water DCCs, and same goes with sanitary or other DCCs that you have. You can't borrow from one revenue code and put it in another. There's an accounting reporting requirements that are done annually for development cost charges as well.
Bill, sorry for just on your first one there on the subdivisions or building permit issuances, just made me think, because DCCs, it's a blanket over all building zones and codes?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you'll have a development cost charge fee for single-family residential, for apartment buildings, multi-unit residential, I believe, like townhouses, and then you'll have commercial, industrial, and institutional development cost charges that are based on a per square meter of aggregate floor area. So that's how they're broken down in that respect.
And different for, sorry, I'm just trying to understand and wrap my head around all of it, but so a subdivision would pay, somebody wants to develop an area into a residential subdivision, they would pay a DCC, which would make sense because there's going to be some added new infrastructure, but then each individual home in that place would also pay DCC charges, or?
So there'd be a residential DCC that'd be collected for a single family.
Yeah.
So that's at the time of subdivision. If it's a duplex lot, then the second DCC would be collected at the time of building permit. If it's a multifamily, it would be collected at the time of building permit because it's more units and it's a different rate and a different calculation.
So a group, if somebody was to subdivide a chunk of land and put 20 lots in there, they would
ultimately pay that DCC upfront for those 20 lots?
At the time of
as a
subdivision.
single family?
Yep.
But if a duplex wanted to come in, then they would have to pay the second part of
Additional,
that.
yeah. But
Okay.
if it's just a single family, it's already been paid, and that just gets passed along onto the consumer on the price of the lot.
They don't have to pay that, yeah, okay.
Like, one thing I was just going to add on what Bill said about those reserves is it can only be spent on, yes, water if it's within water, but it can only be spent on the projects that were identified that created and calculated the DCCs. So it's very specific. Like, you can't just use it on any water project. It has to be on the specific project that was identified in the DCC. And that's because you would have a list of projects that actually determines the value and goes into the calculation to create what the charge is. And so when you collect it, you can only use it on those lists of specific projects that you use to create the DCC itself. So it's very regulated.
So are you, so based on growth, if you were planning growth and you were planning a certain amount of growth and at this level of growth, in 10 years, we're going to have to replace the water treatment or a section of that, then that part would be calculated into those DCCs.
That's correct. It's that incremental growth, right, of what you're trying to look out 10, 20 years and say, well, what are we going to need? And it's going to need, like you say, upgrade at the water treatment plant, maybe the sewer treatment plant. It's going to need a new trunk line. It's going to need this, whatever. All of that goes into the formula.
Based on just growth, not on use.
Yes.
Thanks.
So, yeah, council's role and next steps. So we've done a lot of work to get the new DCC bylaw to council. That'll be coming forth in a future council meeting fairly soon. Staff had, we've done a lot of work with urban systems because they're the ones that are taking all our growth, what we've had for capital projects, identifying new growth-related projects, building permitting, and all that, have taken all that data in and created a new bylaw for us that we'll be bringing to council. We had a stakeholder, an interest holder engagement session with developers and contractors early this year. I think we invited 36 contractors as well as developers. I think we had 5 to 6 attend in person and then some folks attend virtually. To give you some context of what other communities are charging currently with DCCs, just kind of a benchmark. Fort St. John, they charge $8,509. This is for, I'll back up a bit, this is for a single family lot. So Fort St. John currently charges $8,595. They have a 15% assist factor. So that's water, sanitary, roads, and parks. Terrace charges $8,987 with a 5% assist. That's water, sanitary, and other. So I'm not 100% sure what that is. And then Charlie Lake has a $8,547 DCC just for sanitary. I believe our proposed DCC rate will be $6,508.87 with a 10% assist. So we're the lowest in the region and the lowest in comparative municipalities that are in the north. Right.
What's it currently?
I think this is a very slight increase. So I think it's a $507 increase. So right now we're just over $6,000. So we've done a lot of work on water capital in the last 10, 15 years that Kevin and Devin could speak to, and not as a bit of work on the sanitary. The new DCC bylaw has identified some sanitary capital projects that are growth related with less emphasis on water because a lot of that work has been done under the current development cost charge bylaw.
Thanks, Bill. Go ahead, Councillor.
Hi, thank you. With respect to the, when you were quoting those prices for the $6,800, is that including the city's 10% assist, or is that absent? Is that net, or?
That's absent.
Okay, so we kick in another $680 then.
Yep.
basically for the 10%, okay. And with the, you mentioned there's a marginal increase. Is that like our similar fees indexed to inflation, or is that independent, we reconsider it?
Yeah, you can't add inflationary costs into that bylaw, like the values are determined. And
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay,
each
just-
year
yeah.
you couldn't add a
Okay.
consumer price index.
Yeah, okay. I've got another question at the end, but I'll let you finish it.
Sorry, through your worship. This is good discussion. I just want to make it known that we are bringing a DCC bylaw to council, I think next council, or you'll see it very soon, which will have a very detailed breakdown of all of the costs currently and the costs future, as well as this little anecdote that Bill had provided. We'll have a lot of graphics in that too. So we're not fully prepared to speak to it right now, but we will have it for you. So never fail, we will get that to you. For sure. I can speak to the water, our current water. Our current water DCC is $3,638.66. And our current sewer DCC is $2,500, $2,504.07. So we're looking at our residential DCC is actually decreasing, and our commercial ICI, institutional industrial commercial DCC is increasing slightly just because of the balances, as Bill had mentioned, of the change in the sewer and the water projects and the assist factors and the contributory areas.
Oh, so it is broke out where each dollar goes?
Yes, absolutely. And to your point as well with the projects, so the way it works with the projects, so we'll take the sewer trunk main project, for example, it's considered to only contribute to growth 10%. So we can only take 10% of the DCCs from the DCC fund and contribute it towards that project. The rest has to be funded from the city. So it's almost like a project fund for us. But we can only use the percentage as per what's right in the bylaw with those projects that have been identified.
And you said, sorry, when you guys bring this forward, you'll have more details on what Bill was talking about, like with Fort St. John. And so
Absolutely.
Will theirs be broke out as well? Because I know when you compare Charlie Lake, that's our regional district who has their infrastructure charges.
We actually have a bar graph showing each one and what the water, sewers, and whatever else is in there for a total costs for each one to help you understand ours versus theirs to make a better informed decision on what you'd like to do.
Thank you. Councillor Parsley.
Yeah, this is bringing back memories of certain things. So there's a proposal to develop a subdivision in Dawson Creek, and we have, we have a sort of expectation that there'll be street lighting, there'll be paved sidewalks. To supply water to this subdivision will require, it was either a pumping station or a reservoir. We all know that subdivisions are a tax burden to the rest of the community, residential subdivisions. And so I can recall saying, well, why do we need this? We've got all this infilling of our community. Why do we need another subdivision? Why are we even considering hoisting this unnecessary subdivision on the rest of the taxpayers for the cost of either the lift station or the reservoir? Anyway, it went ahead anyway, it's just fine. But it seems to me then the calculations, this is something I didn't perhaps realize, the calculations for the development cost charge for that subdivision would include the cost of the reservoir, right?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so through your worship, that project up on the hill, we needed a reservoir.
Firefighting capacity.
Yeah. And the developer at the time, it was an expensive venture to take on a reservoir, probably $3 or $4 million. Can't remember the number, but somewhere in that magnitude. And so the way it was structured is that we constructed the reservoir, but we instituted DCCs, so we essentially then used those fees to pay ourselves back on that capital expenditure. Is how that was done for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so as Devin mentioned, we'll be bringing a draft DCC bylaw to a future council meeting with all the information that, this is really high level, so we'll ensure that we're answering your questions with that report that's coming. And just to kind of summarize why we're here and what we're doing, local government exists because the residents want a service. So, if that's clean water, sanitation, if it's safe buildings, if it's robust and well thought out land development, that's why we're here. So our customers are number one. A big piece of that is meeting our customers where they're at. And everybody has different needs, a different level of sophistication with development. So first and foremost, we try to meet them where they're at and really work on the same side of the table as our customers, obviously while ensuring we're meeting all our legislative and regulatory requirements, but trying to give them all the information from the get-go and working with them in a fluid and consistent manner so they're not caught off guard with anything. The last thing we want to do is give them an application and then say, oh, we're missing this and missing that. We're trying to be completely transparent. We look at having pre-application meetings, either virtually or preferably in person, virtually if it doesn't work, and then remaining in contact. And that's really asking, what works best for you? Do you want a phone call? Do you want to meet via Teams? Do you want to meet in person? And going from there. And some of our larger ongoing projects, we have bi-weekly check-ins with a few engineering firms just to make sure they have a list of different projects they're working on. So we're trying to deliver on that. I think we're doing an acceptable job. We got a great staff in our department, and I guess I'll leave it at that. Did you want to add anything, David? Okay. And I think we're way over time. I apologize. Any questions?
Oh, we're over time. No questions allowed.
Okay.
Councillor Earl?
I'll try and be brief. So one question, one comment. Question, we had, we went through a bunch of zoning work over the last couple of years, only to have the provincial government pull rank as a result of their taking action on the housing crisis and make some determinations that essentially, didn't make the work not a good use of time, but it kind of just wiped out a bit of work that you guys had done. And I was just wondering currently, with the nationwide push for regulatory harmonization and breaking down trade barriers between provinces and things like that, do we anticipate the federal government is going to reassert itself into how housing is zoned and permitted and approved as a means of, do we expect any more dramatic shifts? Are we hearing anything with respect to that? Because I know it can be very frustrating for us to go and do all this work and engage with urban systems and do public stakeholder and then have the province and the feds be like, no, we're going this way.
Thanks. I'll let Devin handle that one.
Great question. Recently, the province brought in bills 44 through 47. There was small-scale multi-unit housing bills called the SMA. There was Airbnb requirements. There was all sorts of different things. We stood fast in our zoning. Our zoning is quite robust, and it fits our community. One of the big things for us is parking requirements. You're going to see some more legislative changes coming from the province because and they've been very clear about this. There's a particular few municipalities who have interpreted the small requirements in some of the other bills in a way that the province didn't particularly care for. So they're trying to, again, standardize across the province. They were very clear. We actually met with them. They were very clear this has nothing to do with us. And we were very clear about our parking requirements that we're standing by because it doesn't matter if we don't put a driveway in or not. The people that live there have vehicles. And so we're going to create issues if we don't create space for those. They understood and were in full support. And Bill and David and the team, we've been working creatively with developers to try to find a way that meets our requirements and gets what we need, but also allows them to do what they need, recognizing margins are tight for building, margins are tight for developing. Development is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a very expensive venture. And you're gonna see some stuff come through, but this legislative changes that we saw last year were probably once in a generation. You're gonna see changes like that in planning regulations, that large, that sweeping, and that quickly. And I think we pivoted well, and we're on track to be hitting all the deadlines, all the targets. Does that answer your?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I said, until they announce something, you never know. But that is, I know, with the big push.
They've been giving us heads up. There is things coming. They've been holding webinars, so you'll see it later in the year. I think.
So, and when you say we're standing by our parking requirements, is that basically saying we're not? Are we still in compliance with the laws as written, or they're not just not enforcing them on us because
they haven't specifically
abiding
created,
by the spirit?
Yeah, sorry, they haven't specifically created parking requirements or lack of parking requirements. They're looking at going like that, but I don't think they want to move that way yet. Because there are certain places where if you're near a transit hub, they've actually waived the parking requirements kind of things.
Yeah, and I guess just one last note, this is great. I've learned a lot, and that's somebody who's been in this job 7-ish years now. I think this or the presentation or a document similar to this as part of any kind of onboarding package for a new council would be very, very valuable. Because when you get into this job, there's a lot of things you don't know. And sometimes you feel like you're faking it till you make it. Or you're taking all of Kevin's time asking him questions that he might be able to head off if we were preempted with this. So thank you guys for this.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
So given the city's need for improved funding for infrastructure, what would it take to calculate the DCC for storm sewage?
So, through your worship, so we've got a master plan, the numbers would have to be updated, but then you would also have to go through and determine how much of that master plan and that work in there identified is attributed to growth. Because if it's just a line that's running down here and there's no growth happening, the DCC won't fund it, right? But it just with growth. You'd have to go through the same exercise that we do for water and sewer. So there's a bit of an engineering exercise to do that. But some of that work is already done with the master plan. That feeds into it, right?
So you could only add DCCs for anything growth related. You can't just add DCCs because we don't have storm drains. And
That's right. And so it's very clear. You can't disguise this a fee as a tax, right? Like, or a tax as a fee. Like,
makes sense.
So that's why it's so heavily regulated.
Yeah, you can't do it retroactively.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
Good. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. All right, any other discussion? No, I just want to thank you both. It was pretty, like Councillor Earl said, the education. It was an hour, but I don't know. I felt like it was a great hour, and there was a lot of education there, and we don't get to see this that much. So just appreciate you guys taking the time to do all that work to present that to us. And also, you mentioned quite a few times in your presentation about customers, and from my perspective and from what I hear from our residents, that there has been a shift in the building, and I've heard a lot of, I know what you guys do is tough, but I've heard a lot of positive things. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to share that as well. And it's with your whole team. I've heard numerous times that how easy everybody is to deal with and open and listening and working to come up with solutions. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank you and to thank everybody. So.
Perfect. Thanks for that. I'll let our team know that as well.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And that's why we're here. We're here to help educate, and any questions, let Kevin know and we can get answers.
Yeah,
for you.
perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. All right. Next order of business is 3, adoption of minutes. 3.1 minutes of the committee of the whole meeting for July 14th, 2025 for adoption. Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor MacDonald. Call that to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Any business arising? No? All right. Then we'll adjourn the committee of the whole. Take 5. Oh, do we? Okay, that was Councillor Earl and Councillor Kempf. You didn't see that? Call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Sorry about that. Just for committee of the whole and closed? Because adjourn open, you don't need that. Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, back to order. Next order of business was 9.9, report number 25-183 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding Revitalization Tax Exemption Agreement. Councillor Parslow.
Move that report number 25-182 from the Chief Financial Officer, Revitalization Tax Exemption Agreements be received. Further, that Council approve entering into a Revitalization Tax Exemption Agreement with the property owners of the following as attached to this report: 901 93rd Avenue, 9316 Ravine Drive, 48 Vic Turner Airport Road, 216 116th Avenue, and 34 Vic Turner Airport Road.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor MacDonald. Any discussion?
I would imagine that many of you would be pleased with this. I am pleased with it. I don't mean that negatively, but I'm a little surprised that we had so many, personally, but I'm pleased.
Yeah, as well. Thank you. Councillor Earl?
I'm very pleased to see development happening. How much of this was instigated by the tax exemption and how much of it was just good fortune for the people who are looking to build, I don't know, but I think, to what extent is it getting people to pull the trigger that were maybe on the fence before, or maybe spending a bit more on development, knowing that they won't pay the full freight of taxes right away. It's hard to suss that out, but I think hopefully this is indicative of things to come, and that people spread the word, and that word is going to be positive.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Earl. Yeah, I agree. I think this is great to see, and great how it's broke out too, to just understand it. It's very educational, and yeah, some of this might have been built already, but a couple of the individuals that did these buildings on here were in discussions with us while we were going through the whole tax revitalization. So while I don't know for sure if it was the deciding factor, it definitely was, they knew about it. So yeah, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Next, 9.10, report number 25-186 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding 2026 Business Facade Improvement Program. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Is there a typo there in the first 2025 business facade improvement? Should I call that 2026?
The council supports the application. It is a typo?
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd like to remove the report number 25-186 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding 2026 Business Facade Improvement Program be received. Further, the council supports the application to Northern Development Initiative Trust from the City of Dawson Creek for the grant of up to $20,000 for the 2026 Business Facade Improvement Program. And finally, the council approves the 2026 Business Facade Improvement Guidelines attached to this report.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Second, Councillor Kempf. Any discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.11, report number 25-187 from the Community Culture and Recreation Manager regarding recreation facility allocation policy. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the recommendation that report number 25-187 from the Community Culture and Recreation Manager regarding recreation facility allocation policy be received. Further, that the recreation facility allocation policy be adopted pending a successful 30-day review period. And finally, upon successful completion of the 30-day review period, the ICE allocation policy is repealed.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor MacDonald. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think this is a good next step in some of the work that's been done by staff to kind of streamline and collapse the various recreation opportunities into a more cohesive and as I said, streamlined approach to how the public uses these services. So I appreciate this.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.12, report number 25-191 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding report number 25-191 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding city-owned and operated electrical vehicle EV chargers. Okay, just repeated myself twice there. Councillor MacDonald.
Hey, Your Worship, I'd like to move the report number 25-191 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding city-owned and operated electrical vehicle EV chargers be received. Further, the council directs staff to decommission the City of Dawson Creek-owned electric vehicle chargers located at NAR Park and the Southeast Community Multiplex Ovintiv Event Center.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Second, Councillor Kempf. Sorry. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Well, as the only purist amongst you,
that's fairly judgmental.
I'd love to be judgmental. A point of clarification: when under the summary background heading, it says the city has 4 electric charging stations. The middle bullet, South Peace Community Multiplex. There are 4 level 2 chargers in the parking lot. So are they owned by? No, they must be owned by the city. There's 4 of them. I use them. They're free.
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow. So there are 2 at NAR Park that the city own and operate.
Yes, I agree.
There is 1 at the South Peace Multiplex on the Ovintiv Event Center side, the south side of the building on the hitching rail, we call it, in one of the parking lots close to the building. Then the 4th one would have been at City Hall, at the fire hall on the west side of the facility, which has been decommissioned already, has been taken out. So there's just the 3 that are remaining that are city owned and operated.
So are there other ones there that aren't city owned?
At NAR Park,
those ones, yeah.
Those are
There's
2 that are owned by BC Hydro.
Are you referring to the charger itself or like 4 charging ports coming off one charger?
You number them by charger ports, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's one charger with 4 outlets.
That's maybe the
distinction.
There are 4 ports, yeah. I was, just for information, I was talking to, obviously we're all talking to other elected officials, different communities. I was talking to a couple of them about electric vehicle charging stations, and a couple of them have, like a 100-mile house, have city-owned, town-owned, level 3 charges free. It draws tourists to stop in their town. It's part of their tourism thing. So they have it strategically located. So much of their downtown is available. As you go through a 100-mile house, as an example, you have their tourist information center on the left. There are 2 level 3 charges there, free. And the mayor, I was talking to the mayor of a 100-mile house, Yeah, we did it. She'd been a councillor for many years. We did it deliberately as a tourism initiative, and we have many people stop there, and they go eat on the opposite side of the road, or they go for a walk around that nice pond they have at 100 Mile House. But we are well endowed with EVs. I'm not speaking against this, but I'm just mentioning that some communities realize the impact on traffic that stops in their town.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through to staff. What is the cost to maintain one of these charging ports annually? And if I did not see it in the report, I apologize. I did read it, I promise.
Through your worship to Councillor Earl. So that's a great question. One of the aspects that we struggle with is that these are a reactive based approach to whether they are working or not. So we get, when they're not working, we get a few phone calls or and they're not necessarily generated in real time. It's in passing that we get the information from people. And second of all, the costs associated to the actual electrical usage costs and the repair costs are, I'm going to use the word buried within the operations of those line item codes. So one would be borne by the art gallery themselves through the electrical and repairs and maintenance. So I don't actually have a specific breakout of that, and that would be the same for at the multiplex as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, I think this speaks to the maturity of the electric vehicle industry and the continued growth of that market. The fact that it is now, we as a municipal government, as Councillor Parslow said, don't have to necessarily provide this infrastructure because it is being provided by other levels of government or by private businesses as a means of attracting customers. And I think that's, ideally the trajectory we want to be on. Certainly we don't own any gas stations. And if you can get out of that without the public service, without the service levels for the public suffering, I think that makes sense. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Ryan, were you wanting to add something?
Yeah, I just think to Councillor Parslow's point about the EV chargers from a tourism perspective, I think that that definitely is a factor. But with BC Hydro putting their investment at the property of NER Park, I think that sort of facilitates that, and they're responsible for their electricity, their power, their repairs, their maintenance, and ours are. Gosh, whatever it is, 10 years old or so, and are definitely, again, we definitely hear I'm going to use the word complaints, but the conversations about they're not working, and then we have to dispatch the electrician, et cetera, find the parts, et cetera. So, yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Councillor Parslow.
Just point of information, the level 2 charges, if you charge them to get your vehicle from, let's say, 20% to 80%, the amount of cost of electricity for level 2 would be about $2.50. Just so that's, and the other thing I just like to add, 100 Mile House, they also have EV bikes free for rent, not for rent, for use, and they have EV scooters, all part of their tourism strategy.
Nice.
Many communities do that. Kelowna, Penticton.
Interesting. Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.13, report number 25-192 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding proposed amendment to recognition awards, commemorative plaques, and park dedication policies. Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move recommendation report number 25-192 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding proposed amendments to recognition awards, commemorative plaques, and park dedication policies be received. Further, that the commemorative plaque, park dedication, and recognition awards policies be amended as presented to align with the newly adopted naming rights policy.
Thank you, Councillor Sudnick. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp, any discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business, 10 bylaws. 10.1, we have report number 25-177 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding asset management reserve fund bylaw number 4612, 2025 for consideration of adoption. Councillor Sudnick.
I'll move recommendation report number 25-177 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding Asset Management Reserve Fund bylaw number 4612, 2025 be received. Further, that Asset Management Reserve Fund bylaw number 4612, 2025 be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Sudnick. Do I have a second? Councillor MacDonald, any discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10.2, we have report number 25-178 from the City Planner regarding zoning amendment 25-06 bylaw number 4616, 2025 for consideration of adoption. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-178 from the City Planner regarding zoning amendment 25-06, bylaw number 4616, 2025 be received. Further, that zoning amendment 25-06, bylaw number 4616, 2025 be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10.3, we have report number 25-179 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4613, 2025 for consideration of adoption. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 25-179 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4613, 2025 be received. Further, that bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4613, 2025 be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? No. Call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10.4, report number 25-180 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding fees and charges amendment bylaw number 4617, 2025 for consideration of adoption. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-180 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding fees and charges amendment bylaw number 4617, 2025 for consideration of first three readings be received. Further, that Council adopt fees and charges amendment bylaw number 4617, 2025, which proposes updates to Schedule H by introducing a sports floor facilitator fee, clarifying terminology and definitions, and amending the camping fee structure.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp, any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Well, I'm not surprised that staff brought forward the changes to the camping fee because council 80-90% of the time would just waive the fee. Just a bit of history, it kind of makes me smile at this sort of stuff. Originally, that fee, there were complaints from the private sector who have camping facilities, right? That we were just sucking business away from them by allowing camping at this location free. So if they pay attention to what we do in the city, you may hear something about it. But that was the origin why we started having a fee. Yeah, but it isn't just this year that we've waived it. I think it's been waived all the time that I can recall. So I agree with the staff's recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Go ahead, Janice.
Sorry, Your Worship, just to note, there was an error in that recommendation. First three readings was given September 8th, so this is for adoption today.
Okay. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor MacDonald made that.
put to the test too. You caught the first one.
I caught the first one. Please catch that one.
You're fine with changing that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What was the change?
It's not first, second, and third reading, it's to adoption.
Are you so pleased?
Well, that makes a lot of difference, doesn't it?
It does. All right, any other discussion?
It's been a long day.
I'll call this motion to vote. Called it to vote. Sorry. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10.5, we have report number 25-176 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2026 permissive tax exemption bylaw number 4618, 2025 for consideration of first three readings. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 25-176 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2026 permissive tax exemption bylaw number 4618, 2025 be received. Further, that 2026 permissive tax exemption bylaw number 4618, 2025 be given first three readings.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp, any discussion?
Permissive tax exemption bylaw is our annual white whale that everybody contributes to try and find a good resolution to help support local nonprofits in the good work they do. It does come at a cost to the community, and it is a tremendously difficult discussion with a tremendous amount of gray area, and yeah, but we did it again, and I think the deadline is the end of the month, so yeah, it was definitely its own thing once again, as it is every year.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? No. I'll call this motion to vote. Don't egg them on. Vote is closed. It's carried, one opposed. Councillor Parslow. Next, 10.6, we have report number 25-193 from the city planner regarding OCP Amendment 25-02 bylaw number 4614, 2025, and zoning amendment 25-05 bylaw number 4615, 2025 for consideration of third reading. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-193 from the city planner regarding official community plan amendment 25-02 bylaw number 4614, 2025, and zoning amendment 25-02 bylaw number 4615, 2025 be received. Further, that OCP Amendment 25-02, Bylaw Number 4614, 2025, and Zoning Amendment 25-05, Bylaw Number 4615, 2025, be given third reading.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? No. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, next, 11 mayor's business, mayor's updates. I'm just going to actually kind of briefly go through these if there's any questions at the end, just because there's so many, and we've had a long day. Or we got, yeah, we still got more. So, South Peace District Crime Prevention, I went and went to one of their speed watch. Actually, it was the first time I attended it. Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Apolonio were up there, and John and Barb, a few volunteers with crime prevention. It was actually, yeah, I've seen it set up in the odd spot, but it was actually really educational to be part of and see. And there was quite a bit of traffic that went by, and yeah, just to learn a bit more of the process. Actually, then it's not just a matter of speed watching. There's actually some actions that are taken from it, and those that go over the speed limit are actually given to the RCMP, and there's letters sent out. So that was new, that I didn't know that happened. So it was great to see, and yeah, it was just a really good morning spent with everybody. I had a seniors roundtable a bit ago. I won't get into that one. Rotary Manor, I was up there. Urban Systems donated a barbecue to Rotary Manor. They were in need of some new barbecues, so they donated a barbecue. But on top of that, they went up there and cooked lunch for all of the Rotary Manor team up there. So they invited me up to cook with them. So I got out of retirement, I went back on the grill. It was pretty fun, actually. But
First five.
yeah, I lost all my arm hair are gone again. And eyelashes but no, it was just, anytime I'm up at Rotary Manor, it's just always great. But it was just, I really wanted to give a shout out to Urban Systems because they donated all the food, barbecues, utensils, left it all up there. There was quite a bit of extra food too, so we served a bunch of the residents as well that came out, and starting to build a bit of a relationship with some of the residents from our reindeer games and volleyball games up there. So it was pretty fun when they came out there. Also, too, they're looking at a partnership up there with Potential Urban Systems, the college. They're looking at some accessible flower beds up there as well as planters. So they have one, a resident up there, their grandson built one for up there. So now they're looking at how they could build a few more. So yeah, so it was awesome. I just wanted to give a shout out to Urban Systems and to the whole Rotary Manor organization and team up there. The Onam's celebration, attended that. It's just the Onam, the fall celebration of harvest. Always a great event to be invited to and just really to learn about the culture from India. So I just a shout out to them and a thank you for them taking the time and inviting us. I had an NDIT board meeting, open door. I had 2 open door events. There was Aaron from Northern Health was in. I think there was a few from council that attended. It was just a presentation on some of the projects that they're working on. Did a REMAX team presentation. It's annually or maybe even biannually. I've been in there just to give an update on things that we're working on. I talked about a lot of stuff. Water actually was one, but also the tax revitalization program. So they were like, I'm really excited about that and where that's going. So, and a few of them didn't know about it. So we also sent over the information on it as well. So that was good. Ovintiv, we had a field operations tour with Ovintiv. I just wanted to give a shout out to Ovintiv for taking the time to tour us because it was a full-on tour and very educational. I got to, been around oil and gas industry my life from family being in it and others, but never really seen some of the stuff you get to see on these tours. So, Ovintiv, it was amazing. Spent the day touring us around a bunch of their sites, but also took us on to a drilling rig, which was pretty phenomenal. I've never been on one before, so it was nice just to see how they all work. But, most importantly, the Ovintiv team is very passionate about what they do, and it's very clear in their tours and their presentation. Their team out there, like they live and breathe what they do, and they're definitely they're very passionate. So it's they take the time and explain things very thoroughly, which is nice. So just a thank you to them. Cultural gathering of nations. I think most attended that. Just wanted to give a shout out to them. It was a pretty amazing event. I attended the opening ceremonies, and you talk lots about relationships and stuff, and it was pretty phenomenal just the opening ceremonies to be up there with the chiefs from the region and just to see that education piece and that truth and reconciliation on how far that's come. So it was pretty honoring to stand up there with the chiefs and and other municipal leaders from around the area, really just to do something together. So just a great event, and I have a follow-up meeting actually this week, so I can bring an update on where that is too at the next meeting. UBCM, a few, Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Earl and Councillor Parslow touched a little bit on UBCM earlier, but I just had it down here. I wanted to give a shout out to Cathy just for how much effort and work went into getting us ready for UBCM. It's just the behind the scenes, the amount of work that goes into it is just, it's a lot. So I just wanted to really thank her for all her effort to make sure that we had all the tools we had to give us the best opportunity to be successful down there for our community. Also to you, Kevin, you know, how much time and commitment you put into it as well. It's very much appreciated, and you're right there with us on everything and getting pulled in every direction. It's very much appreciated, and how, and your commitment as well to make sure we're prepared, but also to help us and to speak up when we're in those meetings and to help along the way. So thank you. And then to council, I guess to be honest, the first time I did UBCM, I didn't see the value in it. For multiple reasons. It was educational. The learning curve at the beginning was very extreme, but just this UBCM, seeing how much value there was for our community to be down there, and not only that, but how we attack it as a team. Like everybody at this table contributed 100% while we were down there, and it just felt like I don't know. I could just really feel it this one, and not. You know, and I don't know if it's just because we had a lot more bigger things this time, but I don't know. It was just very team orientated. Everybody contributed. Everybody went to, you know, to what they could and helped. And I just felt like we attacked it very well. So I just wanted to say thank you. Also, it's a big commitment, right? It's everybody's signing up to be away from their everyday life and families for a week, and so it's just appreciated that. You know, it's really going above and beyond, I believe, what we do down there. So thank you to each and every one of you and your families as well. So thank you. Kin Arena sports flooring, I just would touch briefly on that. I've been in there multiple times in the last month, but specifically 2 times to give tours to some potential new physicians and their families coming in. So the one time I was in there, there was like 20. This was 9 in the morning or 9:30, but there was 20 plus residents all using the courts. So it was great to see, and definitely a great asset to those 2 physicians and their families to see as well. So I just wanted to mention that, and just to give a shout out to the team down there as well. They're just, it's very well perceived, and they just do a great job. We had National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It was a walk from NAR Park to the Aboriginal Services Society. So it was great to see there. Learned a little bit about what they do as well. Councillor MacDonald and myself. I don't know if anybody else came. I wasn't there the whole time, but was down there. They fed everybody. It was just, it was great. It was a great turnout. There was a lot of people walking, and it was great to be part of. So there had to be well over 100 people, 150. Yeah, so it was good. The city, we had our 2nd annual staff meeting a few weeks ago. So Kevin and his team just organized all the city team to get together and just, I'm not sure what they went through because I was just there for the first part, but I just wanted to, you know, publicly shout out to the whole city team just on the job they do. Not an easy role what a lot of them do, but it's really appreciated. It's you know, they show up every day, and you can see it in our community. Our community is there's a lot going on and a lot of positive things, a lot of change, and it feels like there's been a shift, and that it just. You know, leadership is one thing, to have the right leaders in place at all levels, but it's really the team that executes it that you can't do what is happening in our community without the full team of the city. So just a thank you to all of you that are in here and all of you that are, you know, part of the city teams. So it was nice to have an invite to come there to just thank them. So thank you. I had a meeting with Northern Lights College with Todd, actually. I won't get into too many details. Councillor MacDonald joined me as well. Actually, he was wanting to meet with Todd for a while, so he just came and joined. We went for lunch and just had a great conversation with him about multiple things that the college is working on, and it was really good. Attended the Dawson Creek Water Supply System Project Open House last week, the environmental assessment portion of it, the process. It was good. There was around 90 residents that showed up, 87 I believe was the number. Yeah, it was nice. It started at 5 to 9. Yeah, there was lots of dialogue, lots of one-on-one conversations. Yeah, just a thank you to everybody that was involved, and a special thank you to the residents that took the time to come down and to meet. Kevin had a long day that day, so it was. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good. Had another business roundtable and economic development one last week. Just touched on a lot of things we're working on. Water was obviously one, and there was quite a bit discussed. But water, the tax revitalization, lots of the things that we've been working on. There are doctor tours. Yeah, I had a couple doctor tours. We've had, I believe our doctor number, I could be mistaken, we were down to 9, we're back up to 14, I believe it is. So there's been a lot of positive change. The South Peace Division of Family Practice and their team, what they've been doing with these doctor tours and going to conferences, like they're really starting to see some momentum and wins. They've only been active for a year, but only this year, really, like the last 6 months, they've really had a plan. They've had some funding support from the regional district to help them. So I know I'm firsthand seeing the wins of their efforts, and it's very rewarding to see. And we gave 2 tours in the last, I believe, 3 weeks to doctors and their families. And there's some good news coming forward as well with a few more physicians. So, yeah, I just wanted to, it's very enjoyable. I did offer to them that we would do tours anytime we can. Sometimes they're kind of last minute. So there might be times when I'm not available to do them. So I'll reach out to council and see if somebody's available. But I've just been giving tours of basically the pool, the event center, and then KPAC, or not, the sports flooring, and then the Memorial Arena I did with one as well, just dependent on the doctor and family and children and sizes that are coming in, so where the tours are. Also, we do have another doctor coming, I believe, next Friday, the end of this month, and Councillor MacDonald and his family offered to pick up that physician and their family and welcome them to the community, so thank you for that. So. It goes a long way. Those doctors and their families really appreciate it. So also did a dinner with one of the doctors and their family the night before with some other local business people, leaders, and a current physician as well. So that was really good as well. That kind of covered right into the South Peace Retention and Recruitment Committee. I had a board meeting last week. They're talking about setting up a subcommittee there to look at housing supports for, they were talking about for doctors, but nurses, and there's also like school districts that's on there, college as well. So they were just talking about maybe having a bigger overall committee that could just do some brainstorming on areas where we could maybe collaborate with all those entities together and look at, I know we've had conversations about like, you know, even some of the professionals we need to bring in and not having housing, right? So maybe there's a collaborative role. So they're looking at forming a subcommittee. So if anybody's interested in being part of that, just let me know. The other thing too I wanted to bring up is just the community of Colwood has done up the medical clinic there. I've had a lot of requests from residents about us looking into it, and I know we've done some things with the one medical clinic, and there's with the PCN, but I don't know if there's anybody on council that is interested on just kind of helping me with that a little bit, or even spearheading, just getting the information of all of it together and seeing, you know, if there's an avenue for us to explore, potentially with myself or with some doctors involved as well. So if there is somebody that's got some interest, I know Councillor Sudnick, Kempf, and Apolonio are on kind of the health care. So if one of the three of you has some time, or anybody else, just let me know, and then we can go from there. It can be anybody, but I just thought I would bring that up. All right, any questions on any of those?
thought I was going to get let off easy. But, Councillor Parslow.
Well, no, you referenced UBCM and appreciated what you said. But if you don't mind, I'd like to thank Chelsea Monteshaw for her excellent report about water. I thought that was we're very lucky to have somebody within our staff who can write that caliber of report. So thank you, Chelsea. I really appreciated it.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Thank you, Chelsea.
And the other point I'd like to make again, because I hate to do this, but it really burns me to thank Ryan more than once at a meeting. But I feel, I appreciate what you say about staff, so I wanted to chime in a bit. I am floored by the fact that I really appreciate Ryan's thinking about this whole Kin Arena sports issue, how it's been brought into play. He must have learnt a lot from me for him to. In all sincerity, I really do appreciate you. On several fronts, you've rescued the city from some disasters, and you've also steering something in a very sensible and an enabling way, and I appreciate that very much.
I agree. Thank you for the good words.
Backhanded compliment.
I'll try not to say anything at next council meeting.
You brought some color to his face there. Good job, Councillor Parslow. All right, any other comments? I'm afraid to ask. All right, next, there was no ask from Enbridge. 11.3, delegation request from Doig River First Nations. So there's a letter from them asking for us to waive the fees of the event center. I guess before I open that to council, Kevin, do you know what that estimate cost is they're asking us to waive?
Yeah, through your worship, estimated around, I think it's 15,000 for just the rental cost. And my understanding is that they would be paying for all the other services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor MacDonald?
Thank you, Worship. We did talk about grant fees before, but obviously when we waive the fees for the cultural gathering, where does that money come from?
So through your worship, what happens is this is lost revenue for the center. So it ends up on the back end likely altering what the subsidy looks like for the center, because it gets tacked on to, because it's less revenue, which offsets the overall expenses. So it just ends up coming from general revenue because we have to absorb it.
Okay, but it also creates revenue on the same time by having our catering department, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely.
What is the possibility of us having staff go back to try and negotiate a multi-year term if they're going to go ahead with this on an annual basis?
Through your worship, I mean, that would be for the OVG, but I think it would, if they're not doing it, would it make all the sense in the world for them to have those discussions and see if they can have some sort of a agreement for a multi-year?
Okay.
We can certainly have that discussion with them.
You're saying that's something they could do on the side. It wouldn't need to be brought.
Wouldn't be through us.
That's something we can talk to them about it. And just hearing what they had to say today about them wanting it to be an annual event, then we'd be fools not to pursue that.
I think it'd be great for our facility to lock that down for a multi-year purpose. So I think that'd be a great avenue to pursue.
Councillor Parslow?
Well, related to this, we've just had this event, bringing the nations together event, whatever his proper title was, I forget. And there was 5 days, calculations 25,000, now another 15,000. And people are concerned about tax increases. This is all coming from the taxpayers. as long as you know that, right, and understand that, every lost revenue is to be found from the tax base. And, you know, I know it's all good and that, but I'm just wondering, you know, when we talk about these events, you know, we had a hiccup with the last one around, seemingly, I don't know the details, around food, okay? Who bore the cost for that food? Maybe it wasn't us, perhaps, but I just say that it just keeps adding and adding. And whilst there might be some, I don't understand how, if the catering is done by Ovintiv, which is what it should be according to our contract, right? So they, in this instance, if there's food, this is being paid for by the organizers, not, again, something that the city will be assuming. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that's correct. So this event, they've indicated that they'll be using food services, so that's great. They've got breakfast, lunches, and then I think I saw a reception in there, so that's good for the center. The cultural event that you were speaking of that happened here a month ago, they did not utilize the kitchen. They essentially wanted the facility almost bare bones with none of those services, and they brought in some other food. Essentially, they, OVG agreed to that with a reduction of services, that they brought in their own food because they felt that was more appropriate.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor MacDonald, are you preparing a motion?
Sorry, I thought you had your light on.
Oh, he did, but it went off, and then so did Ryan, so.
I've got some things to say.
I have things to say as well. I'm not necessarily willing to make a motion yet. Just in regards to Councillor Parslow's statements there, not thinking about a past event, but thinking about this event specifically and its potential for this community. They talked about 300 to 500 people in our community over 2.5 days. It's a large catering contract. That's OVG employees getting 2.5 more days of full-time work for, the catering department, security, et cetera, et cetera. The level of speakers that they have lined up for this event is staggering. It's international level speakers, which in turn brings international level awareness to our community and our facility. And what a great facility it is. It is lost revenue, but it creates revenue, and I believe it's an investment into our community at the same time, and an investment into our facility to bring its level of attention up to another level. I see these events, these conferences being wonderful uses of the Ovintiv Event Center, and would love to see more of them in there. And if it takes an investment of $15,000 from us to ensure these are getting the due attention they deserve, I think it's well worth it.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. I'm just going to allow Councillor Earl to make one more comment, and then I need a motion on the floor after that, if there's any more discussion. So, Councillor Earl.
Yeah, I mean, a couple. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with anything Councillor MacDonald just said. I think, the cost benefit analysis of it is, they're paying the hard costs. They're bringing hundreds of people into the community for a couple days, and there are knock-along benefits not only to the pocketbooks of the people who work there, who are getting, the temporary part-time staff that are getting more hours than they otherwise would, but, restaurants, hoteliers, things like that. I'm challenged in, number one, it's a month out from the event.
that they're showing up and asking for it, and the agreement's already been signed and secured. I think from a business standpoint, it's more appropriate that these kind of considerations happen prior to anything being signed. And similarly, as this is essentially, I mean, is it a donation or a sponsorship, and what recognition is the city getting for their contribution? So there are a lot of unknowns. I appreciate that to have this event be an annual undertaking in Dawson Creek would be, I think, a remarkable achievement. I do question how the timeline for this coming to us, and also just the notion of, as Councillor Parslow noted, there is a cost to taxpayers, and just like we noted with the parking for camping for tournaments, that the policy we implemented but never enforced, once you start getting into the habit of giving away things for free, people are increasingly likely to show up and want those for free. And if we completely forego the fee this year, if this is going to be an annual event, are we going to have created an expectation that that's going to be part of the arrangement moving forward? And I'm not sure that I'm entirely comfortable with that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parslow.
So the funding for this, I'm suggesting, listening to my colleague Councillor MacDonald, would be presumably most appropriately from Economic Development Fund.
From the event center.
Rather than the grant. We don't have the money in the grant fund, right?
No, they're asking for us to waive the fee at the event center, which then would come back in return through.
So, yeah, so that would come back as we have to find an extra $15,000 through the lost revenue. So then so these economic development type activities whereby we give the event for place for free, just then charged against Ovintiv, or shouldn't we track this stuff and charge it to economic development? Because if we're going to keep having these things, and there's, what Councillor MacDonald says resonates with me for sure, then we just say, well, look, the Ovintiv Centre's costing us this. Well, let's call it for what it is. If it's an economic development activity and we are making the decision, then we should surely fund it from the appropriate source. That's all I'm because the event centre just gets lumbered with all these things, and they present their stuff. We're initiating it, and it does cost us a lot to operate the Ovintiv Centre. So and then the other question always with these things: when would we say no? When would we say no to any requests from our friends? Some of the First Nations people we know we're friends with, right? We've gone beyond just knowing each other, right? We seek each other out when there's these functions, and it's beautiful. But when would we say no? That's always a question to me. But I'm going to make a motion that we give this rent for this use of the venue, Ovintiv Centre. Is it the Mercer room or is it the bigger?
Ovintiv Event Center.
The event centre with no fee.
Do I have a second? Councillor MacDonald?
But I'd like some answers in this debate. How are we accounting for this properly? You know what I mean? What is the object of expenditure here?
Councillor MacDonald?
It's time for your golden child, Ryan, to tell you how.
Yeah, Ryan. One who walks on
I would just add to the motion that we have staff go back to Doig with OVG staff to negotiate a possible multi-year contract cost for the usage of the center for this conference and any future conferences they may have planned in the next 3 years.
So I would accept that as a friendly amendment if the mayor allows it.
Is that our avenue? Well, I mean, we have a contract with OVG to operate that facility. Like, is it our avenue to go direct them and or attend with them? Like, I'm sure they do it with, like, is that something? I mean, seems like it'd be something that's their business they would do.
Yeah, through your worship, it is their business. It's not to say that we haven't had conversations jointly with them, but I think we would just have that conversation with them and say, hey, you know, council would like you to pursue this.
See if you can secure it.
Yeah, they manage
in a
the
month.
facility for us, so the direction is fair.
Yeah, okay. Do you ladies capture that? Okay, so I guess just that council will waive the fees for this event, but then also wants to direct OVG to speak with Doig River First Nations on securing this for the next 3 years? That
Yeah.
Simplified?
Absolutely,
Okay.
right?
So that was Councillor Parslow motion, second Councillor MacDonald. Any other discussion? I got some comments. I'm having a tough time with this one. I definitely believe in the relationship and moving forward. I think of the 150 to 200 events that are at the Co-op Mercer Hall and try to figure out what makes this different than any other ones. You know, I know the cultural gathering, it was a new event. It was bringing the whole region together. So supporting that, there's a lot of different events that go in the Co-op Mercer Halls. So to say that this one is, more important than any other one, I have a tough time with. And I feel like by allowing this, and it's not, it's just events in general in there. And we have somebody else coming in that wants the fee waived. I just feel like we're opening the door to something that we're going to get a lot more requests. And I struggle with that. I think this is a month out, like Councillor Earl said. If it was when they were planning it in April, they had that discussion with us. I could understand there could be some negotiations. There could be some negotiations with OVG on multi-year deals. But, I just have a tough time with it. I don't disagree with anything that anybody has said right so far. Based on what I've heard so far, I just don't think I can support it costing the community to attend it. There's so many amazing events that come. I feel like it's a tough one. And it's also something that they're doing on behalf of, a government organization. They've been asked to do this. They're getting funded. They have funding in place. And it's tough that the event center and facility is used for a lot of different things. And the city has made a big investment into that, and we annually make a big investment into operating it. And we already subsidize it, heavily. So to subsidize it more, it's just, I'm having a tough time with it. And I just feel like that it's gonna, to be honest, I feel like, how do you say yes to this one and the one previously? Like, how do we say no? Right? So I just don't feel like I can support this. So just where my thoughts are on it. Councillor Parslow?
Well, again, your words resonate with me as well. And I was thinking as you were speaking, okay, you all know I'm a member of the Dawson Creek Sportsman's Club.
Yeah.
We bring in about 6,000 to 7,000 people to the gun show.
Exactly.
We bring 150 different vendors in who all stay here in Dawson Creek. But we get charged, right, the full fee. We pay, because Ovintiv do provide, we get charged, let's say, the $15,000, right? They also provide a dinner, but that's a different matter, okay? But so we pay $15,000.
Yeah, and then you get
So I'm just trying to say that this is a complicated issue, So what Councillor MacDonald says resonates, what you said resonates with me. And here we waive policies when we have champion fees. We do this, that, and the other. But what do we do for our own homegrown organizations here in Dawson Creek? We charge them full fees.
Yeah.
Something doesn't seem right there.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor MacDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Full disclosure, before Councillor Parslow made his motion, my motion was just to have us negotiate a 3-year price. That maybe if they want to sign a multi-year deal, we can offer them a discounted price for the center, but not necessarily given a full waive of fees this year specifically. I think if we could lock them down for 3 years, it's worthwhile giving a discount. Many conference centers do that. That's why you see so many of these big conferences stay multi-year in specific sites, and I think it's worthwhile. But that, again, that's probably stepping on OVG's toes, et cetera, right? That's up to them to work that out. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. And they might have not been aware that they're looking at 3 years too, right? So, but yeah, because it would be something, they're in a long-term contract with us there, so it would be a benefit to them to secure more as well, so. All right, is there any other discussion on this? No? Everybody's comfortable on the motion? So the motion is, I'll just read it out just because it was a bit confusing. So that council directs staff to waive the rental fees for the Ovintiv Event Center for the Walking the Path of Justice First Nations Court Conference 2025 event hosted by Doig River First Nations, scheduled to take place November 19th to the 22nd, 2025. Further, that council directs staff to engage with OVG to explore the possibility of entering into a multi-year agreement with Doig River First Nations to host this event at the Ovintiv Event Center for the next 3 years. So, okay, if there's no other discussion, I'm going to call this motion to vote. I need to see the screen, yeah. Vote is closed. And it's defeated. Myself, Councillor Parslow, and Councillor Sudnick opposed. All right, any other thing? All right, next 12, Chief Administrative Officer Operational Updates. See if I could get that out of there in one sentence.
Good afternoon. Just a quick update on water. Just that's our ongoing theme. Yeah, go ahead.
I had one more thing I had to do.
Sure.
The one thing.
Yeah, I didn't vary the agenda. Sorry, Kevin, to take your steal your thunder there. So we'll come back to your updates. So I had one last thing, 11.4, just a late item that was added. So I'm just going to make a motion that report number 25-195 from the Tourism Emergency and Climate Readiness Manager regarding resolution to authorize a state of local emergency for drought be received. Further, that council declare a state of local emergency for drought as of October 14th, 2025. If I can get a seconder, I will. Councillor MacDonald. Yeah, so I guess I'll read out the release, but so I guess the most important thing to our community, the state of emergency does not mean the city is out of water. It means the city is acting now to prevent that from happening. We realize that we have an emergency in the horizon coming. So by declaring a state of emergency now allows us and the province to move forward to get us a short-term fix to get water to our community. We don't know what the fall brings and/or winter, but we know that we don't have enough water in our reservoirs to get through it. So so we by declaring the state of emergency is really just going to allow that process to start to take place. So we don't want anybody to panic because we're not out of water today. And I'm not making a joke about that. Like what we've done and the work we've done is a lot. But, you know, and this is a release that's going to go out, but I'll share some of it. And despite years of conservation, careful management, and investment in our water infrastructure, the ongoing drought has reached a point where our water supply can no longer meet community needs without emergency action. You know, and this is hats off to all of the city team today and in the past, councils that have, you know, invested heavily in our water infrastructure and from the Kiskatna watershed. And we wouldn't have what we have today without that, but we're also back today at the table where councils in the past have been and looked at different solutions, and they helped, but they got us back to this. So this declaration ensures that we can act quickly to protect our residents, our businesses, and essential services while we continue our long-term work towards a new sustainable water supply. The Kiskatna River, the community's only water source since 1944, is at record low levels after multiple consecutive years of drought. You know, they say for every year of drought, it takes 2 years of above average moisture to make up for that 1 year of drought. So when we're completed 3 years of drought and on our fourth, we're talking 7 years of above average moisture we need to replenish the Kiskatna watershed. The city is at risk of relying solely on a stored water in its reservoirs, which at current levels provides approximately 150 days of storage. With fluctuating river levels, the city will continue to manage pumping operations to ensure we are able to withdraw water from the river when it is available to maximize our storage. And you know, Kevin can speak a lot more to this, but it's something that they're reviewing every day. Like some days they can take our full amount, and some days they can't. It's changing every day. The city is maintaining stage 3 water conservation measures, which have been in place since September, while pursuing emergency pumping from the Peace River. Remaining at stage 3 allows the city to focus on securing new water and protecting the local economy. As further restrictions, stage 4 would have minimal effect on supply. The declaration does not affect the city's long-term water supply system project, a plan to provide a permanent water line and well system connecting Dawson Creek to the Peace River. We're taking short-term emergency steps to secure water for this winter, and we're taking long-term infrastructure steps to make sure we never face this situation again. So, yeah, it's big, right? It's you know. It's been an extreme learning curve for all of us on council, you know, since last February when our water froze off, and this then became one of our top priorities of moving forward. So, you know, I can't thank our city team enough. I know Chelsea's sitting over there, but the whole team that is involved in this, you know, has really helped put us to where we're at. And yeah, we're not, you know, to the community that's out there. This is a short-term fix, this state of emergency, and it's going to help us get through. But our long-term goal is to provide a secure water source to our community, not just for today, but for 50 to 100 years down the road for the future of our community. And this council and city team is committed to getting that to the finish line. So, yeah, so that's where we're at. I don't know if there's any questions from council. No? All right. Thank you, Kevin, for all your efforts and all the team's effort. And yeah, it's everybody, and we know it. It's a real thank you because this all comes the last year and a half on top of everything else that you guys have all been doing. So as much as this is on the side of the desk, it's at the top of the desk. So we appreciate it. So thank you. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. So this media release note to the public will go out pretty much right away, so everybody's aware. All right, thank you. All right, now, Kevin, back to
me.
Number 12, Chief Administrative Officer, Operational Updates.
Follow that, Kevin. Just a mic drop moment. Thank you. Yes, I was going to give you a quick update on water, which is timely, of course. So it kind of goes to what the mayor said. So the watershed, the upper watershed towards Tumbler Ridge saw about 17 millimeters of rain, I think, over the weekend. So that's positive. So that with cooler temperatures and the leaves coming off the trees, which does actually surprisingly have a fair bit of an impact on the river from a groundwater perspective. We've seen an uptick in the river these last few days, so that's great news. So what that means is we are pumping a little bit more than what we were a week ago, and so we're going to take advantage of it while we can and top things back up for as long as we can. So that just means we're stretching those days out, which is really positive. So there's going to be some ebb and flows in this. There's going to be ups and downs, at least while before it freezes. So we'll take every day like this that we can. But just because it's good news, it's still, and Chelsea will correct me if I'm wrong, but I did some quick math. I think the flows in the river are probably still 7 to 10 times lower than where they should be this time of year, even with it being higher than where it was last week. We're still at like 0.15 cubic meters a second, where I'm going to say at this time of year it should be 1.5 cubic meters a second is still low for that. Yeah, so we're still 10 times lower than where we traditionally are, even though it's better than it was. That's how bad it's been. So, like you say, we'll take it. And yeah, just reassure that staff is on it daily. We're watching it, managing it. Huge thanks to the watershed team and the water treatment plant team, just for really focusing on that. And like you say, when being able to take advantage of it when we can. So, other than that, yeah, the event last week, very positive. 87 people, had lots of good conversations. Nothing negative. Honestly, most people were very, yeah, we need to do this. It's for the security of the community. Very positive. So that was nice. Some people have said that I've seen some comments that people were unaware. We certainly had it out on social media. We were going to do a mail drop with Canada Post, but they're on strike, so that prevented that from happening. So, but a good portion of the folks that were there last Wednesday night, I can guarantee you they're not on social media, so they knew about it and they were there. So the word's out there. So we will be having a virtual session on October 16th, which basically run through the presentation again, just online. The Environmental Assessment Office runs it. We'll do the presentation, just another avenue and opportunity for people to engage. So yeah, that's all I got for today, unless there's some questions.
Perfect. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, next order of business, 13 diary, nothing in the diary. 14 consent calendar. Did anybody want to lift anything? No, can motion to accept. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Sudnick. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Sudnick. Call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. 15 media questions, no media. 16 recess closed meeting. 16.1 resolution to move into meeting of council closed to the public. Agenda items 2.1, 6.1, 6.2, 7.1, 8.11, and 8.12. Section 91K negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that in the view of council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. Agenda item 2.1, section 92B, the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and a provincial government of the federal government or both. Agenda item 6.2, section 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality. Councillor Kemp, Councillor MacDonald, call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried.